gimana? Ya, baik. Madam Writing it, sir. No problem. Yeah. Sir, ready, sir, please, sir. Right, sir. Please take it in, sir. Good morning, sir.
Side. request the judges to provide to facilitate our guests with the bouquets. It is now time to honor our nation. May I request everyone to please stand and join for the national anthem.
I thank everybody for today to participate for this one-day event. I think some of the dignitaries could not attend because of the sudden change in the schedule. Anyway, we are going ahead with Dr. K. Venkateswara, Registrar, and the Professor of Nanotechnologies being representing JNTUH along with other professors. Respected sirs, we welcome Dr. Venkateswara, Professor of Nanoscience and Technology, and is also the Registrar of the JNTUH HYDERABAD. A very well known person, and he was the one who took a lot of initiative to make this happen. Okay, so since we know him, not only that, we are also a part of the JNTUH. Okay, we thought it is our duty to honor whatever is required from the government side. Along with Professor Venkateswara, we have Dr. Kamakshi Prasad, who have been instrumental from the last 5 years. Whenever I was here, we have been involved in every kind of meeting for shaping the complete structure of CRO Institute to the academics. Because we run a BTech program with JNTU. Okay, the 4 areas of computer science, and Dr. Kamakshi Prasad has been the board of studies, and also what he called is the single point of contact for us for all the work that we have been taking care of. Then we have Professor Giridhar sir, who heads the director of the IQAC, okay, from JNTU. Welcome you to all of you, sir. And let me also thank Dr. Yugandhar, okay, who is the business head of CRO Institute, and who is also instrumental in to see that institute has functioned last what we call 15 years. Okay, without him, nothing would have happened. This institute would not come to this space, what we call this kind of entity. I really thank what we call Dr. Yugandhar, okay, who left his what we call job in BHL and then joined and took over. Okay, and has been steering this institute from the beginning. Thank you very much. Okay, along with it, it is my duty to what we call also talk about other dignitaries in the front area, what we call, whom we could not accommodate at the podium area. So let me what we call introduce Dr. J.H. Chaudhary sir, okay, who was the founding director of Software Technology Park STBI, Bangalore, and also in Hyderabad. And he was also the IT advisor and special chief secretary to the chief minister of the United Andhra Pradesh at that time. Okay, he has been responsible for setting up the Software Technology Park and also the IT hub, whatever you see today in Hyderabad. Okay, he has been responsible completely. Okay, and we are honored for accept our invitation and be present here. Let me also introduce single call. He never says no. This is the best part of it, and he's a very cool at head, and but he can look at you and make 10 steps ahead for you to take what you have done. Okay, that kind of gentleman. So we are really honored to have all of you on this occasion. Okay, let me also talk about something else what we do here. Okay. It is my privilege to welcome you all, sir, for the AI for the Next Generation Conclave, organized by JAWAHARLAL Nehru Technological University, okay, and also CRO Institute. Our institute has set up by the vision of Padma Vibhushan, Professor C.R. Garu, okay, who has consistently been at the forefront of academic excellence, advanced research, and interdisciplinary innovation in mathematics, statistics, data science, and computer science. Okay, that is with this vision, this institute has been started in 2010. Okay, and Dr. Yugandhar was handholding him from that time, what he called, and he has brought this what he called institute to be a good place, what he called, and for people make sure that what they print and give me, I only talk, otherwise they can't control me. At the CRO Institute, we are committed to promoting high quality teaching and research, encouraging innovation in emerging technologies, bridging the gap between academic, industry and society, building capacity in data driven and AI enabled domains. This is the major thing. In our institute, we are engaged in cutting edge research in emerging domains such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, cryptography, cyber security, data science, blockchain, and wireless communications, quantum computing, and high performance computing. Okay, although we have a very limited staff, about 80 of them, but each one has to do multiple activities, record essentially. And all of them are not computer science, most of them are mathematicians. Okay, but that's what the building block is, because computer science people we can get always record. But if the building blocks are not very strong, you cannot build a good empire. So essentially that is the objective is to see we have good computer science, mathematicians, statisticians, okay, and also the data science people. Data science, everything has been evolved out of the statistics only if you look at the algorithms. Okay. In academics, we started our BTech in 2022, and today we offer 5 specialized branches of computer science, data science, computer science, engineering, AA and ML, and computer science and mathematics, applied mathematics, which is very unique, which many universities don't offer, many colleges don't offer. And we also wanted to start the computer science or the CSE networks, which actually is yet to start, although we sanctioned, but we yet to start. Our students have been doing well, and many of them getting placed in the top companies like Goldman Sachs, Quadrant AI, Jolly AI, and several others. This program is run through the MOU with the JNTUH. I need to put acknowledgements that I would be able to place on record our deep appreciation to Jawaharlal Nehru University for jointly organizing this conclave and always supporting our institute endeavors. The collaboration reflects the shared commitment of our institutions towards advancing education, research and innovation, particularly in the rapidly evolving field of AI. The AI has so much changed because I was done my AI in 1998. Okay, from there onwards I have been teaching AI on multiple places. What today people teach in AI is totally different from what we learned. I don't know why. That's the situation here. Okay. We are living in a time when AI is changing the way we work, learn and live in education. In education, AI helps create personalized learning, smarter assessments, and better data-driven decisions. At the time, we must use it responsibly, ethically, and inclusively, as so it benefits each and everyone. The purpose of the conclave has been envisioned to build awareness and practical understanding of AI among educators and professionals, explore emerging areas such as generative AI, large language models, discuss skill development preparedness of AI in future, foster collaboration and exchange of ideas across domains. I encourage our participants to actively engage in sessions, interact with the experts, and leverage this platform for meaningful learning and collaboration.
And he tried his level best, but in the meanwhile he demitted office. So CR Rao Advanced Institute, it's city. Dr. Rangarajan Garu and Chandrababu Naidu Garu suggested CR Rao Garu to write a letter to the then CM Naidu Garu. He merely mentioned that from the south, from India, we are not university campus. So he wanted university to start the institute or the government of India. Ultimately, the mantle has fallen on Dr. C.R. Rao. It was a sleepy day on Sunday morning. I received a phone call from a familiar voice. The voice said, ask for my mother. So I recognized the voice, but I didn't respond. I asked my mother to take the call. She said, you are not recognized. He's C.R. Rao. Then I said, okay, you reply. With the government of Andhra Pradesh, the then government of Andhra Pradesh, Usmania University, and already Naidu Garu has invested 50 lakhs. So nothing is coming out. Why don't you step in? Then I don't know that visit was the game changer for Hyderabad or this thing. Time only will tell. So when we went to Dr. Manmohan Singh, he said he wanted to replicate, Dr. C.R. Rao wanted to replicate statistics, mathematics and computer science, what the research was done in ISI or IITs. Dr. Manmohan Singh and his office has told very clearly we are not giving funding for the blue sky research. Then when I suggested NTRO, Dr. Manmohan Singh immediately reacted, Dr. Rao, NTRO is under my control, I can give the funding. From that time, we never looked back. We have consistently good directors. Now we have got a domain expert, Dr. Venkatraman Garu, and because his earlier experience in the Adrian ISRO has helped us in a great way in shaping the institute, tailoring to the requirement of the strategic agencies of Government of India, whether NTRO or IB, RAW, or Army Intelligence. Definitely in the Delhi circles, C.R. Rao Institute has had a good name. It is because of the faculty, it is because of the consistently good top management or the directors who have worked from the day one, and staff also, they did their best. So I once again welcome the delegates. I wish you fruitful deliberations with the faculty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the forward-looking address. It is now my privilege to invite Dr. Giridhar MBSS, sir, Professor and Director, IQAC, International Quality Assurance Cell, JNTUH, to address the gathering. Dr. Giridhar, sir, is a renowned academician and researcher at JNTUH with 19 years of expertise in remote sensing, GIS, watershed management, and rainwater harvesting.
Good morning, respected dignitaries on the dais, faculty members, honored guests, teachers, parents, and students. It is a privilege and moment of great pride to stand before you today as to inaugurate this important initiative dedicated to the future of learning, the integration of artificial intelligence into next generation education. We are all living in a time of extraordinary transformation. Just as electricity changed the industries and the internet changed the communication, artificial intelligence is now changing the way we learn, think, create, and solve major problems. AI is no longer a concept of the future. It is a reality shaping our classrooms, careers, and communities today. Education has always been the foundation of progress, but the needs of the 21st century demand more than memorization and routine learning. Our students must become innovators, critical thinkers, problem solvers, and lifelong learners. AI gives us the opportunity to build an education system that is more personalized, inclusive, interactive, and effective. Imagine a classroom where every student learns at their own pace. Imagine teachers receiving intelligent support to identify each learner's strengths and challenges. Imagine students in rural and urban areas gaining equal access to world-class educational resources. This is the promise of AI-powered education. However, while technology is powerful, we must remember that education is ultimately about humanity. AI can assist teachers, but it can never the inspiration, empathy, guidance, and values the educators bring into the student's life. The true goal is not to create machines that think like humans, but to empower humans to think more creatively, ethically, and confidently with the technology. As we move forward, we must also ensure responsible and ethical usage of AI. Privacy, fairness, transparency, and digital responsibility should remain at the center of our educational journey. Our students must have not only learned how to use AI, but also understand how to use it wisely and ethically. Today's inauguration is not only merely a launch of the program or a platform, it is the beginning of the vision. A vision where education becomes smarter, more accessible, and future ready. A vision where every child, regardless of background, gets the opportunity to thrive in a who are willing to learn, adopt, and innovate. Embrace technology not with fear, but with curiosity and responsibility. Use AI not just to find answers, but ask better questions. Let us work together to create an education system that combines human wisdom with technological innovation for the betterment of society. With great hope and enthusiasm, I proudly inaugurate this initiative on AI for next generation education. Thanks for the opportunity. Thanks to the CRO. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful address. Now, I take the honor to invite Professor V. Kamakshi Prasad, sir, Senior Professor and Director of Academic Planning, JNTUH, to address the gathering.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, beloved registrar of our JNTU, Professor Venkateshwara Garu, Director, CRO, Advanced Institute of Mathematics, Statistics and Computer Science, Professor Raman Garu, Dr. Yogandhar Garu, my colleague Dr. MBSS Giridhar, and all the dignitaries sitting in the front row, participants, faculty members, good morning to one and all. So this event is AI for next gen education. In fact, in our Telangana state, AI is in a way buzzword. Government, every stakeholder is talking about artificial intelligence. And this is Education Week, 6th day of Education Week of the Telangana state government. As part of artificial intelligence sensitization, state government is planning to percolate the great responsibilities bestowed upon the JNTUH. We have been instructed to try 2 faculty members from each of the polytechnic college and degree college. In this process, we are going to try 360 faculty members. These 360 faculty members, 2 from each college, are in turn going to try their third year students in their respective colleges. These third year students will be training the school students. So the successful execution of the first level is very much critical for the successful education of the remaining levels. So we will be planning the entire activity to make the program very successful. And Professor Venkatraman sir said, okay, what we learn and what we teach are different. That looks like that way, but actually what we learn are the building blocks of the present day artificial intelligence. So it is only a sophisticated variant of what we learn actually. If you see here, AI for next gen education, it is not artificial intelligence. So the goal here is not to teach the algorithms or explain the algorithms of artificial intelligence. How to make this AI as a tool to learn the things more effectively. So all of you must be listening a particular word, learning pathways. So that means it is a just like a customized medicine. Okay, like every person is a different and unique constitution, and no one medicine is suitable for every patient or disease. Same is true with learning paths. So there are slow learners, fast learners. So artificial intelligence is understanding the learning pace and suggesting the content which suits him well. So that is the current version of artificial intelligence penetration. So all these things are very fascinating, and today Sierra Institute has identified a beautiful, a highly competent resource persons to fulfill the objectives of this one-day workshop. I congratulate all the participants, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your address. It is my privilege to invite Dr. K. Venkateshwar Rao, sir, Professor of Nanotechnology and Registrar, JNTUH, to address the gathering. A gold medalist, Raman Fellow, and postdoctoral researcher from Johns Hopkins Medicine, USA, Dr. Venkateshwar Rao, sir, is a prolific contributor to the field of nanotechnology with 245 plus publications and 6,200 plus citations. His research in nanomaterial synthesis, sensing, and biomedical applications is internationally recognized. As the registrar of JNTUH, he brings both scientific depth and institutional leadership at his role. Sir, we request you to address this gathering.
Very good morning to one and all. Thank you very much for introducing me. I generally never speak in Telugu, but now I thought I had to use one word. ఎందరో మహానుభావులు అందరికీ వందనాలు. Because in the first line if you see Chaudhary garu and then Subramanyam garu, Seshagiri Rao garu, Rahuli garu and Doctor, all these people are very great and eminent people actually. In fact, 1 month back I heard about Chaudhary garu and I searched who is Chaudhary garu and what he did. He did a lot of great things. Whatever we see the high-tech city, most of the developments are from their brain actually. Like these people behind the screen actually. Thank you very much sir, very nice to see you here. And sitting behind you feels very happy actually. Thank you. And Damana garu, Venkatramana sir, Yugandhar garu, when they came to me very recently and this discussion is going on about AI and all other things, I requested him, can you do some workshop? Then they just like that came up and everything they did. Just I was talking with Pradeepti garu, Novendan, and they made everything. Thank you very much sir. It's a really a great opportunity. It happened very organically actually. The people from higher authorities, they have a great vision actually. The vision transformation is required very much. Actually, the people who are working at the lower level, if they do systematically, maybe 30% and 40% people are enough to bring the change in the scenario. That is what I feel actually. Thank you very much sir. And my colleagues Professor Giridhar garu and Professor Kamakshi Prasad sir, thank you for being in the part of this program. Today actually there were a lot of people registered, and by seeing the participants, I feel I very recently saw a small picture where a small boy used to use playing flute and only one cat used to be there in front of him, and he nicely plays that flute actually. The same scenario will be there today also. We don't bother about the participants, and the quality of participants are very, very important. Indeed, the nodal officer from state government, Dr. Sarita, yesterday only I met her through online actually. So she is also here. She is going to take care of this, propagate this to the state level, to the rural level, to the down, to the down rural schools also. AI is required. Why? Because very recently I was given 240 pages of court orders, and I need to understand within 5-10 minutes, and I have to talk with the Advocate General, and I have to resolve the issue. Then I know that notebook LM is there, so I pushed everything there and I asked it. It gave a small 7 to 8 sentences and one paragraph also. I got a figure also. With that I could understand within 10 minutes. Because being a Telugu medium school I studied, in spite of all the things, law words are very different for me actually, being a scientific person. So we could understand because of notebook. That is very great thing. Very recently my father-in-law's birthday is there and my wife is typing that this. Then I told, what all your things you give me in one format, and I asked Perplexity, give an emotional message to father. Then it gave, and my father teared actually. He got tears actually. But you don't know that we use Perplexity. But however, they are the feelings of my wife actually, frankly speaking. So these many things are, even though AI is not making emotional these things, but AI is doing lot of things actually. So now we have to know how to prompt engineering of doing these things. And see, at the age of 50 I learned all these things. Why can't our children, next generation children, can learn at the school level? That is the idea of Honorable CM sir, and we all work together to rise Telangana, and our Modi's idea is Vikasit Bharat. We go ahead with that, and thank you very much inviting for me here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your address. We now come to a moment of gratitude and honor, the felicitation of a distinguished guest. It is now a privilege to formally felicitate the esteemed dignitaries who have graced this occasion with their presence and enriched this gathering with their wisdom. May I request Dr. S. Venkatraman sir, Director, CRO AIMSCS, to present the mementos to Dr. K. Venkateshwar Rao sir, Professor Kamakshi Prasad sir, and Professor Giridhar sir.
sir. Second. Yes, sir. Please. Yes. Sir, please. Yes, sir. Right, sir. Background. Sir, straight away, sir, please. Yes, sir. Yes.
We are deeply grateful to each of our distinguished guests for taking time to be with us today. Your presence, guidance, and words of wisdom have truly elevated this event. Thank you all for the enriching inaugural session. We will now take a short break for networking tea and a technology exhibition walkthrough, arranged at the lawn opposite to the auditorium. We invite you to explore the research displays, engage with our scholars, and continue the conversations sparked in the hall. Kindly reassemble by 12 p.m. sharp for the technical sessions. Thank you.
Side.
That's what what is the meaning of that's what I'm trying to
security, RSA is the one which gives you the highest security. RSA is strength is 2 to the power of 4096. That is, if you have computer, the quantum computer, you will be able to break per day or security solutions is 2 to the power of 7 digit. So, the quantum
probability will take long.
the value of the calculation is not. It's a reality. It's not a conduct only
Sir, please, sir. Yes. Okay, sir.
time.
Back.
from an exceptional visionary, Dr. Shabi Nelikore sir. Dr. Shabi sir is a celebrated consultant neurologist, philanthropist, and the driving force behind Universal Hospitals and Clinics as its founder and managing director. A graduate of the prestigious Kasturba Medical College, Manipal, his decades of expertise spans advanced neurology, medical entrepreneurship, and global healthcare innovation. Recognized as one of the top 50 top 50 most talented healthcare leaders in the Middle East, his work seamlessly bridges cutting-edge medical sciences with deep commitment to affordable healthcare and community welfare. Sir, we request you to kindly address the gathering.
Hello. Can we start or we need some more time? First of all, I would like to thank sir for giving me this opportunities, even of this time for me. So thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much. Guys, my name is Dr. Shabi. I'm a neurologist. Why everybody is sleeping, or are you guys ready for the talk? Ready, right? Okay. So I am a bedside doctor. I normally treat patients on the bedside. But now I've come to the boardroom of yours. It's not my boardroom. I've come to your boardroom. I'll tell you why I'm here and why I am with Professor today is to develop a product. I just want you to close your eyes for a minute and think of somebody very close to you whom you have lost. Yeah? Can you recollect that person? Somebody who you lost, somebody very valuable that you lost, whom you could have saved if you know a trick. Okay? So the reason why I'm here with Professor is I'm developing 2-3 products with him. I'm creating an algorithm and Professor is helping me to do that. One of the things that I'm doing is I'm creating a product where you can practice CPR. You know what is CPR? Yes. Yeah? Can anybody do CPR for me? Can anybody do? No. If I give you a technology, if I give you a gamified technology, will you learn CPR? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. So we will have something, an announcement from Professor saying that when the product is ready, we will let you know. What are we going to do is we are going to send you a mannequin. Yeah, we're going to send you a mannequin. It's like, it's a blanket coming to your home. The mannequin will come, the temperature regulated mannequin will come. You will practice unless and until you become somebody more qualified than a nurse to serve a patient. Are you guys ready for it? Yes. No, I can't hear you. Yes. Thank you. So basically I'm a neurologist and I'm an old man, so I'm almost retired. I just wanted to see how AI, advanced diagnostics, and some sort of a compassion. I still have that compassion. You know how the compassion curve works in medicine? You pass your MBBS degree, the compassion is very high. Okay? You start treating everybody very nice, and everything is good. The next 5-10 years, you lose that compassion. I'm being very honest, because you tend to do the same thing, the monotonous work. You tend to get bored. When you reach 40, 45, you will get a heart attack, the doctor. Okay? So that is when his compassion again comes back. Because he's become a patient himself. So I'm in that stage now. So compassion is there. So this is what we do. These are my qualifications. Okay. I'll just give you an example of how AI is really helping. I'm going to give you a live call on how many of you went to a doctor and you have spoken to the doctor, but were you really happy that whatever your problems were there, were you able to talk to the doctor? No. You get scared, you get freezed, and half of the symptom you don't know, half of the symptom there was no symptom, but you told the doctor a different symptom. Okay, so this is what we are going to talk to you today. So, technology and AI is in action, and anybody knows what is medical doubling? So in the 19th century, medical doubling means every 50 years, there used to be a new medicine for a disease. But in the present 21st century, every 73 days, there is a new medicine for the same problem. So people like me who are old, they will get replaced if you don't update. That is the reason why we are here, to share knowledge and get updated. So these are few things which are, experts can tell you the thing, but the most common thing is if you don't embrace technology, if you don't embrace AI, if you don't embrace the new skill sets, any sector, agnostic, you will never be able to. So I'll tell you what we are doing in Africa. So it's not that we are smart that we are in Africa, we just took the team and the effort to go to Africa to understand what's happening in Africa. Africa is India 30 years ago. So I'm in a country called Lubumbashi. It's in Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo. This country is the world's second largest copper cobalt belt. There is a lot of people who have money, but they don't have access to healthcare. The moment somebody has a headache, he has to take a flight, go to France, or go to Senegal, or come back to India. So this is the only option available for them. And healthcare, for one reason, unless and until you don't get it at your home, people are not ready to accept things. So that is where technology is taking us to. I'll tell you something about this product. This is a dental product. You imagine you going to a dentist, you're going to lie down on a chair, okay, you feel very scared, and the doctor will put the lights, all of this stuff, and then he will tell you, these are your problems, okay? Then he will give you a quotation and say that you have to come back, these are your treatment plans. Maybe you know the doctor, you don't know the doctor, most of the patients, they don't go back. What we have done is, we have devised an AI camera, wherein there are about 48 problems in dental. You don't have more diseases than that. What we do is we take 3 pictures. One is the up, straight and down. We take 3 pictures, we annotate, and then we tell the patient, these are your problems. You have spacing problem, you have dental decay, you have all of these things in just less than 2 minutes. The report is given to the doctor, to the patient. The next thing what we do is we Uberize the doctors. Whoever is available there, we will talk and tell them, these are the doctors in your area, this is how things are done. So the point that I was trying to tell you was that India is such a huge market. Around of the 7 to 8 billion people who are presumptively there, less than 400 million people are getting an access to go to a dentist. So you imagine how many people are not able to go to a dentist and not able to diagnose what is their problem. So when I went to Africa, I mean, it's not the right age to go to Africa, but when I went there, what I realized in Africa is people are dying. People are just dying, but they don't know why they are dying. So my thinking was at least give them a reason to die. So I'm dying with breast cancer, I'm dying with cervical cancer. Unfortunately, these people are dying without knowing what they're dying for. So this is something which is really here, made me come here, and then we're developing some good products. So we're doing a nationwide breast cancer project in Indonesia. How many of you have gone to Indonesia? You've gone, right? So there's a lot of islands, there's no connectivity, it's India another 20 years back. What are we trying to do is that, I know many of my sisters here, they would have gone and got done a mammogram. How many people have done 5 times mammogram in this group? I don't think so, anybody is there. The problem is, you go there once, you are so embarrassing that, somebody is touching your private part, somebody is manipulating, somebody is asking to, squeeze. A person who has gone there, he will never go back there again. So this is why we have come up with a thermographic method. In this thermal imaging, what we do is we annotate and we bring something very similar to a mammogram. Mammogram is not mobile, it cannot be transported, there's a lot of radiation, there is a lot of pain, there is a lot of touch. and it's a very sensitive taboo for many of the family members of ours. So this is something which we have already starting to implement in Indonesia. We've done our field studies. The only thing is that there is a camera. It's an international company called Fuller. Fuller makes the world's best thermal imaging camera. We just take a picture. It's not even a picture, it's just a thermal image. Even we annotate, the AI gives you a prediction score. Anything between 3 and 4 is doubtful, anything above 4 is cancer. If you compare the cost advantage of this is as good as free. The only thing that can replace our technology is by physically palpating. So this is where technology is taken us to. So we're working with multiple partners, and one other interesting thing that we do is we also have a product for cervical cancer. Cervical cancer, anybody who would have gone to a doctor, they will only go there once. Because you have to be there in a very, very compromising position in front of the doctor. Somebody stirs your private part, they take a bite, there may be a bleeding, there may be all sort of complication. The patient will think that if I die with cancer also okay, but I'm not going to go to the test again. Am I right or? Yes. So what we are doing is we're working with a Korean company where we are actually getting a pad which normally goes inside the sanitary pad of the lady. It's an overnight process. We take that bag, we put it into a VTM, and then in less than 24 hours, you get to know whether you have cervical cancer or not. So these are few of the things that is making us happy. Now, there are problems, there are issues. I'll stick my talk to lesser time than what is given to me because somebody has sacrificed this talk for me, so I need to do justice on that. So, let's create some patience. I mean, I have somebody who is volunteering for me. What I would do is, I would show you how healthcare is going to be in the future. So instead of you going to a doctor and talking, somebody who comes to a stage without practicing and somebody who comes and talks to the stage with practice, what do you think will be better? Somebody who's practiced. So we are trying to practice you, we are trying to give you the expertise so that you have to know what you have to talk to the doctor. You have to know what to prioritize. You know how to get the best out of everything, right? You guys are efficiency people, right? So we need to get the best efficiency of consulting a doctor. So do you guys mind I take a call and I have somebody who agreed to volunteer? With one disclaimer, he's a young boy, he's not married. So he's going to tell in front of everybody he's a diabetic, he's a blood pressure guy, he has this problem, he has back pain. Is that okay? If you agree, then I will call him. Okay? Please come. Do you want him to stand here and talk, or you want, it's up to him. You're comfortable? Anything, it's fine. So I'm taking the call on my phone so that there is no confusion. So I'm going to take a call on this phone. Yeah, I'm going to put it in the speakerphone and he's going to talk to them. So the story is like this. You're getting a call. You're thinking of seeing a doctor. So imagine that, let's talk about a lifestyle disease. Somebody has diabetes, somebody has blood pressure, possibly some stroke, something, alcoholic, some hepatitis. Don't look at him. He's just a volunteer. Yeah? So can I take the call? Yes. You okay? Sure. Thank you.
I am calling from the OPCC clinic for JNTUH. We've got an upcoming visit. This is Taylor, an AI-powered clinical assistant. This call may be recorded for quality and training. Is it a good time to chat?
Yes, it is. My name is David. I'm around 60 years old, and I'm a male. Is it okay if I talk to him?
Everything you share is confidential and protected under HIPAA, and this should take about 3 to 5 minutes. What brings you in to see us today?
I've been having some blood pressure issues. I've been feeling a bit dizzy and all. What could be the issue?
dizziness can have a few different causes. Your doctor will be able to sort that out with you at your visit. Can you tell me more about the dizziness? When did it start?
I think it started 2 weeks ago. I'm pregnant for like the past 6 months.
Got it. 2 weeks of dizziness?
Yeah.
And you mentioned you're about 6 months pregnant.
Yes, I have.
Are you currently working with an OB?
No, I'm
Are
not.
you also being seen by an OB or a midwife?
No, no.
So a male person is
Got it.
pregnant.
Well, the dizziness
We will see how it
started about
progresses.
2 weeks ago. When the dizziness comes on, would you describe it more as a spinning sensation or more like lightheadedness or feeling faint?
No, I think it started when I touched water yesterday.
So the dizziness actually started yesterday.
Yeah, when I
When
touched
you
water.
touched water.
Yeah.
Got it. And when you feel dizzy, is it more of a spinning sensation or more like lightheadedness? Like you might faint?
I am unable to walk.
That's really important to hear. Are you unable to walk right now at this moment?
As of now, no.
The moment you say something very
Just to make sure I
emergency,
understand.
he will refer to
Are
the
you able to
emergency.
walk
He'll
right
stop the
now?
conversation.
Or is the dizziness making it hard to get around?
I am able to walk right now, but it comes and goes in intervals.
Got it. When the dizziness hits, how severe would you say it is on a scale of 1 to 10?
I think it will be 9.
That's quite intense. When the dizziness comes on at that level, do you have any chest pain or shortness of breath along with it?
No, I think my arm breaks when the dizziness comes.
Can you tell me more about that? What do you mean when you say your arm breaks?
I am unable to lift anything.
He will stop the conversation
So,
and refer to the
when the
emergency.
dizziness hits, your arm feels weak and you can't lift things.
Yes,
Does that happen in one arm or both arms?
both arms.
Thank you for clarifying. I want to make sure I understand this clearly. You're having severe dizziness, and when it comes on, both arms become weak and you're unable to lift anything. Is that right?
Yes, and I'm also 6 months pregnant.
I hear you, and I want to make sure you're okay. Severe dizziness with weakness in both arms is something that needs to be checked right away.
Can you tell that you are a
I think you
male
should
and you are
call.
pregnant?
Sorry, I didn't think you catch to call it. My name is David. I'm a male, and I've been pregnant for like the past 6 months.
I want to make sure you get the right care. Severe dizziness with sudden weakness in both arms is something that shouldn't wait. I think you should call 911 or go to the emergency room right away. It shouldn't.
No, so the issue is, the moment they realize that there is an emergency, it's prioritized. 6 months pregnancy, nothing will happen. The problem is he's not able to lift both the hands. That is the intelligence what I wanted to show you. I think I'll take one more call with him, then we'll cut the call and... Thank you. One more call.
I'm still here.
No, thank you. We'll take one more call. This can be a typical Indian call. Okay? Not an Indian call. What I'm saying is that it's a chronic problem. Will you be able to? Sure. Yeah. Diabetes. Don't say anything emergency. Emergency means they'll ask you to call 911. Okay? Sure. You can tell them numbness, tingling, urine problem, this problem. Yeah.
I am calling from the OPCP clinic for John Doe about an upcoming visit. This is Taylor, an AI-powered clinical assistant. Is it a good time to chat?
My name is David. I'm 24 years old. I'm a male, and I've been having some pain in my back for a bit.
Thanks for being available, David. Everything you share is confidential and protected under HIPAA, and this should take about 3 to 5 minutes. So you mentioned some back pain. Can you tell me a bit more about where exactly in your back you're feeling it and when it started?
I think it's almost closer to my kidneys. I've been having a low blood sugar for a bit.
Got it. So back pain near the kidney area and low blood sugar.
Yeah.
Those are both important to cover. Let's start with the back pain. Since you mentioned it first, when did that start?
It started, I think, 2 days ago.
And how would you describe the pain? Is it a dull ache, sharp burning, or something else?
It's a sharp burning sensation. It doesn't last for long. It just lasts for a few seconds.
Got it. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad is it when it hits?
3. Do you hear me?
I'm still here if you need assistance. I'm still here if you need assistance.
Okay, so yeah, when the pain only lasts for a few seconds, and it goes away. And I've been feeling a bit numb too.
Numbness is important to follow up on.
Okay.
Where are you feeling the numbness?
I think in my legs.
And is the numbness in both legs or just one?
Just my right leg.
Have you noticed any weakness in that right leg or any changes in your ability to walk?
No, nothing. Just numbness.
Got it. And before I move on, have you had any trouble controlling your bladder or bowel movements since this started?
No, but I've been peeing a lot, and the color of the urine is a dark gray.
That's helpful to know. Have you noticed any pain or burning when you urinate?
Not every time, but it has happened.
And have you had any fever or chills along with this?
No, nothing.
Got it. Now, you also mentioned low blood sugar. Can you tell me more about that?
In the mornings, I don't feel like getting up. I feel like I'm too tired. And I checked my blood pressure once, my sugar once, and it was very low.
Do you have a diagnosis of diabetes? Or is this the first time you've noticed your blood sugar running low?
I don't have a diagnosis.
And what was the number when you checked your blood sugar?
It was 50, I think.
A reading of 50 is on the lower side.
Is on.
When that happened,
I think it was during fasting.
got it. When you had that low reading, did you have any symptoms like shakiness, sweating, confusion, or feeling faint?
Nothing.
And has it happened more than once, or was that a one-time reading?
I just checked it once. It was the one.
Okay, so this was this morning during a fast. Have you eaten since then, and are you feeling okay right now?
I ate two chocolate bars.
Good that you had something to eat. How are you feeling right now? Are you feeling okay?
I'm feeling okay, but I still feel numbness in my legs.
Got it. I think I have a good picture of what's been going on for your doctor. Is there anything else that you'd like to make sure we cover before your visit?
So what is your diagnosis?
I'm not able to provide a diagnosis. That's something your doctor will discuss with you at your visit.
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to make sure we pass along?
Can you give me a summary of what I would done?
Would you like me to read back a quick summary of what we covered?
Yes, I would.
Here's a quick recap. You're coming in with two main concerns. First, sharp burning back pain near the kidney area that started 2 days ago, lasting only a few seconds at a time. Along with that, you noticed numbness in your right leg, increased urination with dark yellow urine, and occasional burning with urination. though no fever or chills. Second, you checked your blood sugar this morning while fasting and got a reading of around 50, which is low. You've been feeling very tired in the mornings and had difficulty getting up. You ate some chocolate bars after and are feeling okay now. Does that sound accurate, or is there anything I missed?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Your doctor will have all of this ready for your visit. Take care, David, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. So, this is what I have. So, now David is going to come to us. Possible to screen this? I want to. So, thank you so much. I hope this was something interesting for you, or no? Was it a waste of time? So what do you think is the application of this sort of a product? Do you think you will be able to speak to? So I'll give you the example. The best two things that we have done so far is psychiatry. Okay? You have no idea how people are lonely now. Okay? And they want somebody to talk, somebody who can keep talking with them, especially the students, the children. They need somebody. Can I watch it? Just give me a minute. So yours will connect. So I just want to show you what is the documentation that's been done. If you go to a doctor, mostly the doctor will keep on typing when you talk. He's not even looking at you because he needs the documentations to be complete for the insurance company. If he doesn't do that, the provider is not paid by the insurance company. So this is what we're trying to avoid, and we're getting some help from Sir, and this is what we're trying to do. Okay. Okay. So I'll just send the document to her so that you can see how it has been done. So I'll show you how this is documented. Sir, you saw how much time did I take for the documentation to finish?
After the end of the session.
Yeah, end of discussion. And I will show you how the documentation is done. So it's a complete medical file that I've created, but I've not been helped by anybody. I had a very bad patient who was trying to be pregnant, but sure. Okay, so this is how the patient is now. It gives my diagnosis. Can you go down? Including the probability, it will give me the diagnosis. So this is how AI is revolutionizing healthcare. Yeah. Okay, so it gives an abstract idea. It gives everything. Yeah. The only thing is the doctor needs to sign. I'm up to questions. Thank you so much for your patient listening. Thank you very much. Any questions? I can take your questions.
Who are the doctors that you told me to be connected to a kind of Uber kind of entity for the different doctors?
Sure.
So does it reflect those names who was given, was diagnosed this along the report?
So what you meant to was, I was discussing with Professor, so he wanted something like a health information exchange. That's a unified medical record. India is on the cusp of getting into that. So if you go to multiple providers, your medical data will be there. But the problem in India is that medical data is not very secure. So it needs some more time for that to happen. Whereas in UAE where I am, we have a protected, unified data. Any hospital that you go, you will have your data there when you give your ID. Regarding the Uberization of the doctor, so what we were thinking was, so a lot of people have dental problems. So you've been to an Uber, right? Everybody would have been to it. So when you have a dental problem, we'll give you an option of doctors. So these are the star doctors, these are the doctors available in your area. Whom do you want to choose? So we wanted to be a platform wherein we take the payment and then get the patient a better pricing for the doctor. That's the.
Thank you.
Any other question? Yeah. Yeah.
How does the AI system deal with it?
So even David with a pregnancy, there was not even a question for it. Well, the answer was never ever vindicate a patient, never ever talk back wrongly, morally to anyone. So the thing is, the answer was you set your priorities right, you're unable to lift your both hands, get it fixed. That is the moral way of finishing a call. I'll give you another example. Somebody wanted to say, can I marry you? To the call. You know the answer what it was? You should have called me yesterday.
Like Google Home and this Alexa are doing, they should have the same.
Good afternoon everyone, I am Dr. Praveen Sultana from Government Degree College for Women. My question is that, sir, why AI is always using an US based accent? And very important is that when we are trying to cater to the local, especially when we talk about Telangana, so do we have any models developed so that they get connected? And the second question is, when we are sick, we don't have patience to answer these many. So how can we have that real time or reduce the time so that we can get connected quickly to the doctor? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good question. So I'll tell you what is in my mind. So, I told you that I'm in India, at least you have doctors. Where I am, there is only patients, there is no doctors. So my objective was to give access to at least a concept like this, and that's how we developed. So for me, he's like my Bhishma Mata, So I told him about what I'm doing, and he wanted to see the update of it. Now we're getting an Indian accent to this. I'll tell you the biggest problem of this. The biggest problem of this will be used by, in India it will be used by the insurance companies to screen patients. So, what I think is not what others think. What my right is not others' right. So they have an application where, as our friend told, if it's a fake call, they just cut it. They just it's like, you drink and drive. They will have that thing wherein it will not be entertained. Now coming back to the second, yes, there is a plan of localizing the content. The problem is not the south of India, the problem is in the north of India, the Bhojpuri side and all that. So our priority is to develop something in Bhojpuri. Bhojpuri is where the requirement is pretty high. And I think people there is nobody who doesn't have a mobile phone. One of the biggest applications that I saw is in psychology and psychiatry. This is where people really want to talk to somebody. Even if your best friend talks to you for 5 minutes, doctor, you will say, I have work, thank you very much.
So, but we are satisfied when we have eye-to-eye contact when we go to a doctor. So, the first impression we get it from the doctor is that if they have an eye contact, that 50% of our that sickness or disease goes away. So that human touch we will be missing here, sir.
I think what we should do is we will take care of the 50% and we will call you to handle the other 50%. For the moment, we are only a technology company and we want to remain as a technology company. So, it's a team game. It's a team game where, we need to play by the ear. We need to go step by step. So, reaching this took us about 6 years and I lost all my hair for this. So, we need to keep going. Yeah. Any other questions?
Sir, I am Professor K. Srinivas from Government Degree College, Bhopal. How do we trust this diagnosis without testing physically the person?
Sure, it's a good question, Doctor. So, if you look at here, it's only giving you a probability, and this is not going to the patient. So, where I am is with a lot of general practitioner expertise. Even that expertise is not good. So, I'll give you an example. Can I take some names of the places? So, I am operating in a place called Kano, K-A-N-O. Kano is about 20 million population, and the neighboring 3 countries are Chad, Niger, and Cameroon. So, the total population will come to 60 million people. For this 60 million people, I don't even have doctors. So, if I am giving them a mass WhatsApp message saying that this is the call that you just pay this money, you will get at least some amount of relief to your problem. So, this is my objective at the moment. So, wherein I get something and I can actually have a teleconsultation or whatever it is. In addition to that, if I am booking people only to do this work, I will have to take 2-3 flights of doctors to that country. So this is what we are trying to do, and this is only giving you a predictability. It's only giving you a probability of what can go wrong, and it's giving an explanation. It's not giving a diagnosis. So when he asked me what is the diagnosis, he immediately politely said that your doctor will give you the diagnosis. I stopped the presentation on time.
Anyway, with your permission, I add one point here. Now, this is only an example we have shown. The moment it is going to be popularized, there is a regulatory authority. The regulatory authorities are going to certify that and ask people to use it. To what extent it is to be used also, they tell us. And for example, some of the popularized apps in US has been certified by FDA, and they have even passed USMLE exam, a particular domain. So when you go to certain level of authentication and as well as certification, then probably later experience shows how good they are. It's like that.
And it is, as Sir said, like he said, it's getting better and better day by day. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you for listening and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir, for your profound insights and visionary ideas. To show our deep respect and appreciation, we would like to honor our guests for their invaluable presence today. May I request Dr. S. Venkataraman, sir, Director, to present the memento.
Thank you everyone. Thank you.
We have found some car keys near the dais. Whoever it belongs to, kindly come and collect it from the dais. Thank you. We now move to one of the most engaging segments of the day, a panel discussion on skill development for AI. Artificial intelligence is no longer the future, it is the present. And as it reshapes every domain of human endeavor, the question of what skills our next generation of professionals must develop becomes both urgent and consequential. Now, Pratiti ma'am would introduce the moderator and the panel members.
Firstly, let me call upon the moderator, Dr. Fani Bhushan sir. He is a doctorate from NIT Warangal and 28 years of experience at one of India's premier space research institutes. Fani Bhushan sir has also been at forefront for data science, satellite systems and AI-driven analytics. He is a 3-time ISRO Team Award recipient and an ISRO ASI awardee for excellence in space systems. He has a lot of contributions in the Indian space program, and he is currently mentor for many students as a visiting faculty at NIT Warangal, IIIT DM Garnool and CRO Institute as well. I welcome you, sir, to steer this conversation ahead. Nextly, it's my privilege to invite Professor S. Ramachandran sir, former Vice Chancellor of Osmania University, to join this panel. He is a distinguished academician, researcher in the field of computer science and engineering with over 31 years of experience in various leadership roles varying from head of the department, dean, vice principal and other such institutions. He has research interests in the area of distributed computing, cloud computing, cyber security with numerous publications and books to his credit. Welcome, sir, to join us today. Nextly, we have with us Kamaraju sir. It's a privilege to have him with us today. Sir is a visionary legal strategist and a dynamic academic leader who has architected many innovative ecosystems. He's having a doctorate from NALSAR and postdoctoral research at ISB to his credit. He's creating T-Hub Hyderabad and igniting India's new wave of incubators and entrepreneurs. It's a privilege to have you with us today, sir, and we are looking forward to hear your perspective. Nextly, we have one of the dear friends of our institution, and he's always been with us, Vengal Reddy, sir. He's from Infosys Technologies. He's a senior architect from Infosys Technologies. He has expertise in the fields of machine learning, artificial intelligence, and many real-time projects he's solving as an industry leader. From him, we'll be hearing the industry perspectives in skill development for AI. Now, I request Fani Bhushan sir to please take over and steer this whole conversation.
Good afternoon to all of you. Yeah, as Pradipti ma'am has said, I think this is one of the most interesting sessions with eminent scholars from various fields sitting across and talking to you about the skill development in AI. I just thought to open up the panel discussion itself, just a few remarks that I would like to make. Dr. Venkatraman was also mentioning today that 1998 and 2026 have seen a sea change in the way AI has been taught, studied, and worked with, right? So, if I can go a little backward, it was 1957 in the Dartmouth conference where John McCarthy introduced this concept, and then it went on to become many things like rule-based systems, expert systems, and so many others. And finally, it landed in 2000, maybe 2000, 2002, 3 time frame, landed into neural networks and artificial intelligence. I think that was the beginning from where, because of the availability of computing resources and a lot of data availability, I think that explosion of the internet and the data availability made this change possible. Today we are looking at lots of things we are good, computer science people are very good at coining terms, right? We went in from remote procedure calls to networking to grids to clouds, and we give so many names to each one of these. Basic underlying architecture is something that we do, and also AI also transformed in many ways. Okay, AI then. We called it from the symbolic reasoning, simple symbolic reasoning. We went on to AI, which was called generative AI. Today we call it agentic AI, right? So we give a lot of good names, and we're good at this naming ceremonies, right? Okay, so with this as the background, as ma'am has introduced, we have an eminent professor, an educationist, an academician, an administrator. In Professor Ramchandran sir, and Dr. Kamaraju sir is has that law background, which we would like to talk about the IPRs and how legality, ethics come into this picture. And then we have Dr. Vengal Reddy Garu, who is very proficient in the industry, and he knows how to link up this academia and the industry. So we'll discuss over about next half an hour, 45 minutes. We'll discuss a lot, and I think you will gain to a lot from the discussion that happens with these eminent people. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, sir. Sir, with your vast experience as an educator, as an administrator, I'd just like to ask a simple few things. How should universities redesign curricula to prepare students for an AI-driven economy rather than a traditionally degree-based economy, right? And one major challenge that we are seeing is that, I think everybody was talking about it even in the morning, that the person who has studied that subject during his BTech period or whatever, once he comes up to teach that subject, it's changed a lot. So how do you think we can keep pace with the curricula that we try to design on this?
Yeah, good morning to all of you. First of all, I should thank the organizers
for giving me this opportunity. Yeah, the institutes, now they are transforming into and they should be engaged with students, in a better way. If that happens, actually, it will be very good for all of us. So I think the practical universities are trying, but then to happen this actually. So the more training has to take place, the practical universities, right? And they should engage more with the industry also, because they should be in line with what is happening in the industry, and what are the problems that they can solve. So once they solve the problem actually, so practically they get more insight into that, right? And it transforms into competence, right? So they get more curious and then more competence. Okay. So yeah, that kind of faculty development programs have to be done so that faculty people are sensitized and they will take care of it. Thank you.
So, So what I understand from sir is that universities and colleges have adopted experiential learning and project-based learning instead of going in for changing the entire curriculum embed the skill training as part of it, so that also helps the student and the faculty in order to keep them abreast with the current scenario. Yeah. So in that context, just like to ask you.
As rightly mentioned by Ramchandran sir, so what is, as I said, what we followed in the Telangana State Council of Higher Education, since I am representing TTCH, that we need to enhance the curriculum reforms in a big way and industry connect, so that as earlier speakers also, Morning Eyes has told that with this 1.4 billion population, unless until we collectively sensitize approaches to build intangible asset or knowledge economy, what we post, is very difficult. Demographic dividend becomes a demographic disaster. So to achieve this, we have a new education policy 2020, and there is Vision 2047 document. They are the guiding forces, and we are closely connecting with the industry, connecting with the different stakeholders in a periodical way. Earlier, as Sir told that the syllabus reforms do take place 10 years, 5 years, for the matter, Bar Council of India, they have not been taken up the syllabus reforms on par with the industry demands. So that's why a lot of people demand and supply ratio has been very liberal, wide and large. So now they have a mandate every 5 years. Now, very recently we have an MOU with IIT Madras. This is that every 2 years if possible, every 1 year also, there is a need for a continuous evaluation, assimilation, identification where the industry, and from the first semester itself, the universities are planning that is a private or public good clinical understanding or exposure to industry. So that's why then once they migrated or once they completed their undergraduation, they are industry ready rather than waiting for the job notifications.
Sir, in this context, I would also like to just utilize the legal side of your. I just like to know, because technology is evolving very fast. Legal systems, are they really evolving that fast to make AI responsible to the end user?
Yeah, to address this is a complex and different people have a different perspective. But of late, 10 years onwards down the line, before and from 2015 onwards, there is a seemingly divergence of approach and opinion among the highest courts of the Indian judiciary, take from the Supreme Court to the High Court. Now, every High Court and every Supreme Court, every High Courts of this country have an IPR benches as well as fast track courts to address the pending litigation and also the enhancement of expansion of litigation vis-a-vis related to the knowledge economy. So technology, of course, earlier stages, while this LPG takes place, liberalization, privatization, at that point of time, yes, judiciary is trailing behind. But now we have on par with the technology. For the example, recently, 1 week back, the Honorable Chief Justice of Telangana High Court started some kiosks so that in any stage itself, PIL, if anybody wants to file a PIL in Telangana High Court, they will get whether this is suitable, not suitable, whether this is eligible or not eligible. Then they will get within half an hour time frame itself, that results. So that is very positive, in fact, saying that so technology, we are also on par with industry. The judiciary is also trying at its best
to a healthy common man or commonly trained individuals.
It's great to know that technology is being adopted at a fast pace, even in this kind of area. Thank you, sir. Just we are looking at, as the sir has said, there are students who are experimenting, there are students who are working on lots of projects. But most of the time, if you define an academic curricula, you would say the foundations are more important. You learn what is a programming language rather than learning C and Java and C++ and all that. So in that context, many students learn AI theoretically. What practical exposure should institutions provide to make students industry ready? Are they on the first day, are they useful for the industry or not? How to make them ready for that? What are the biggest gaps you are observing in the industry from the students who you take intake from the universities? Thank you.
Let me give my experience. See, when I have done this computer, as a mechanical person, I have done the computers 30 years back. This Oracle, whatever I learned, without going to anything, 10 years I was able to survive. That means the span of the technology. So right now is also Oracle is there. What I am saying is 10 years also, without learning the new things, there was no issue in the olden days, like when you take the 20 years back. And after that, this data warehouses, data marts came into the picture 20 years back. And we need to learn data warehouses, data marts at a point of time. We cannot survive simply with only Oracle or SQL Server databases. Again, we spent 1-2 years, and after that, again 4 years, without learning anything, no issue. We can continue with the data mart, data warehouse, CTI tools, and reporting tools is enough. Now we have seen it is totally changed for last 2-3 years, right? So before we become comfortable, and suddenly it is changing. So we started with the traditional supervisor learning, all these algorithms, and after that data science, machine learning, and immediately started the deep learning. Before getting the comfortable in the deep learning, it started the agentic AI, chatbot, and again now started the agents. Okay, this is the one thing what students need to understand is, in the IT, the olden days gone. Just you learn whatever mechanical, electrical, or maybe you learn one subject. I can continue my whole life cycle. I can go to years. I can do some work. Those days gone. These days we need to be very proactively. We need to learn to study how the industry is going, where it is going. And we need to go along with that. Otherwise, we will be back and we can't survive in the current situation. So technology is one part. Anyway, people are getting a lot of details through the web and through the academics also. There is a lot of changes happening. We saw one recently when I attended one seminar in IIT Hyderabad. And the professor was telling, we are the first person in the world who started data science and machine learning curriculum there. So in the world, only 3, Hyderabad is one of the out of 3 who started the data science and machine learning. So the academics also has started investing, and even Indian government is going. So what is the for the students is important. I will emphasize only 2 minutes on that. One is the life cycle will not change. Whatever technology pieces will change, life cycle will not change for the projects, right? That is the one of the place where people have to invest. That will be there continuously useful. When the project starts, need to understand client business problem and where all the things we need to say. So if you take the life cycle, for any AI you need the data. So from where this data is coming? So as part of our standard things we will download one sample data, 100 records, 1000 records, and we will do some model, we will test it, right? So we need to go to the next level. That is very basic. To understand the industry, what are the different systems available, relational databases, what are the mainframes, what are the MySQLs, what are the packaged systems which is dominating these days, SAP and Oracle. So some kind of that kind of high level view. Once the data is available, how to integrate that? How to get the quality data? If you want to give the quality data, your model will also not behave properly, right? That bias and other things will come. So that is the place where we need to concentrate entire life cycle for the client. If you want to do, what are the other things we need to be taken care? On top of that, one key point we need to emphasize is whatever we are going to do to the clients, it is not for 6 months or for not 1 year. It has to run for 10 years, 15 years, right? There is a technology changes is happening and clients also continuously will change. But client cannot change every year, 2 years, 3 years. He will change after 10 years or 20 years, right? So whatever we are going to build, is it going to relevant? Will it run what I am developing now for the next couple of years means? Is it volumes of data? So your test is performance related. When whose data comes, will it work? And not only that, when the integrations you want to do, if you want to add additional systems, whatever I am writing my flow, whatever I am building the services, is it scalable? Scalability is one of the critical things there, right? It is not just we will work with the one two systems. That is the thing where we need to concentrate entire life cycle and for long living, what are the things we need to provide sophistication and more modularity and more scaling purpose. What are the things needs to be taken care is the critical on top of the technology. Technologies will change, but these are also very important for the students. In that way, we can get the people, we can put the projects in that way. Otherwise, it will take a lot of time to write the just college code. It won't work.
Thank you, sir. I think like from what you said, it's more like looking at the entire life cycle of the projects and looking at thinking about the longevity and also trying to embed in such a way that modularity is preserved so that any new technology can also become a part of the project as time goes by and something new comes up. So coming back to the academics, so if we follow today advanced technologies, we're seeing Google glasses and so many things coming in. How do you think the evaluation of a student would be done maybe in the next 5 years or 10 years time frame, where he can actually ask some AI what is the answer and listen to it in his ear and write it down, or even he can use it right away as he goes by. He can fly a helicopter as it dictates to him to switch a button or switch it off or switch it on. So how do you think the evaluation of students, is there something, will we follow this kind of a system, or will there be a new system which will come in place?
Yeah, that's a valid point actually. So, now so the dependency on the written exam, right, is coming down. Slowly, the weightage that is given to the written exam is slowly it is being reduced. I think all the academicians know this. The evaluation should be more on the competence level that they require in terms of the project that they have done, right? How close it to the real world. So right? So that's what he's saying. Yeah. So and how they can make a presentation, okay, and all that matters actually. So the evaluation should be based on more on these aspects, right? So obviously, conducting a written exam is easy, right? Evaluating the students like this is not easy, right? You have to spend time with each student. So those are the things you should take care of. So there are no easy solutions, but then hopefully over a period of time these things will be taken care of, right? But all the academicians know this, so the effective evaluation should be done. On the project they do, like the skills that they have exhibited during the project, and the depth they have understood, right? So all this actually comes when actually they do a project practically, and then they make a presentation. So yeah, things are moving in the right direction.
So as you said, the things are evolving already. There are people who are taking care of these things, and going back from the going out of the rote learning part, we are going into more dynamism, trying to understand the students as to what they do practically, whether that is useful for the industry or not. And based on that, the evaluations will definitely progress as well.
Right. And as you mentioned, ChatGPT is a reality actually. So if you see referring to ChatGPT, it can be about absolutely no problem. Okay. Yeah, please go ahead.
Adding to these questions, what is the rationale to address the post-2000 reforms, particularly in the domain of intellectual property rights, data protection, policy, and also the other pro-development initiatives with reference to different intellectual property rights. We have Patent Act, has been designed, Trademarks Design, and Industries Act, New Industry Design Act came, geographically. These are all taking care in view of the global challenges as well as global requirement. So, as rightly mentioned, we need to converge as well as integrate, embed with this unique model, to evolve unique model, like how our competitive countries like China. Unfortunately, we are still branded as a service economy. We need to design or develop a product economy. And imagine this 2025 IP statistics. India, we are in the global level 38th position. Of course, 10 years back, it was around 120 position, now it is a 38th position. Hopefully this year not at announced. Probably we will come into around 25. But what are the measures we have taken? That is not able to address the bulk demands. We are working in silos. What is happening in CRO Institute is not known to our unless until there is a communication. So what my assumption or presumption or what as an academician, lawyer and academician is that we need to identify the best practices and evolve and embed and integrate. So that really helps. And for example, you take the cases relating to the new labor code bill 2026, which helped the AI integrated modules like Swiggy, Zomato. Their workers also having now social security measures, insurance, and provident fund. This will helps the industry, AI industry, and apart from IPR also. What is the recent last month the Delhi High Court has not given blatantly refused to give a patent which was generated through using algorithmic AI models with reference to pharma industry. So this will help us to where we stand and where we are heading towards. That will help in the long run.
Thank you, sir. So we were looking at the ethics and legality of the whole framework. I think the judicial system is looking at that kind of aspects also.
Yeah, in particular matter, recently, in the month of April only, the Hyderabad-based fintech company has been fined 50 crores by the violation of DPDP Act. I don't want to name the fintech company because that engineer who handled inadvertently used their data in different purposes. So they have fined. Whether the implementation is another point, it is not an issue. Here, the ignorance levels of law landed the startup industry in a big problem. So this is important. And very recently, Madras IIT has developed ethical models of governance or ethical model of AI applications, and they have helped us to follow and emulate other states across the and we are happy that Telangana has taken the initiative while taking an MOU with IIT Madras. In the month of January we have an MOU, and they are able to help us how the AI, the ethical model can be used and enhanced for the betterment of the society at large.
That's really fantastic. Actually, because it's become like a simple tool for anybody. Just bring some data and give it to ChatGPT or one of those engines and then ask whatever they want of it. And it generates some kind of a graph for them. But whether they are aware that the data, should the data be in public domain or not? Like whether they are aware, whether the ChatGPT puts it into public domain and everybody can access it or not. I think those kind of awareness should also be brought into
awareness, capacity building, sensitization, hand-holding at the entry level, if done properly with all the right-minded people in the managers, then it will have a cascading impact.
I'm sure as from the Telangana government, what you're saying, the new initiative of the IIT Chennai, I think things will still look up for us in the future. Thank you, sir. Sir, actually, we have one big question here. That is, like, many of us have seen this happening today. Because of it, I don't know whether it is true or not, but the news comes up with a lot of these that AI will replace your job. AI will replace your job. Will AI replace the job? From an industry perspective, which roles are likely to disappear? And if they disappear, what are the new roles that can really come in? And what should the student get ready for maybe 2 years down the line, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years down the line? Like,
see, there is a fearness is there, and a lot of jobs are leaving, different reasons are there. But you see, this much fearness is not required actually. If you see the history of IT. See, as I said, when long back, 20 years back, when these ETL tools and reporting tools came, all people said, NPL SQL is not required, or this will lose a lot of jobs. People fear like anything. And if you see from that till now, every IT company, there is a big unit called SI, integration, system integrators, which runs only on these data integration, data master database. If you see another example, this packaging systems came, SAP, Oracle, PeopleSoft, SQL, said no Java person is not required. There was a unit in every IT area, application development and maintenance. And it is true actually that the agent department became, suppose 10,000 people to 8,000, 7,000. People lost the job. But there is another unit started still now, that is one of the highly generated revenue in every company is the EA, where they are doing all these packages, SAP and Oracle systems, which is generating huge money, right? So people lost 3,000 jobs. If you take it generated 20,000 jobs. Not even 10,000, but replacement is not 3. It increases the huge number of jobs in another area. It is the same here, but it is not that much similarity is there. But here this AI is totally disrupting and where it is removing the low skilled jobs. So what is the low skill is, you see, when we were doing a maintenance project in India, is a service based, it is not a product based where we will do, right? We have 70% of the projects already developed maintenance projects, India we get. These maintenance projects, what happens, we will do the continuous monitoring of the systems and a few enhancements. Those areas, instead of keeping 5 people, now I can run very easily with one, 2 people. See, when I see in my experience, we were 5 people who are there to monitoring the 5-6 data modes from morning to evening, and we need to generate one report at the end of the day to send to the answer person. These 5 people are not record based on time because it generates the huge of files. We want to go and look into that, get it, analyze it, prepare the document. If I give all these inputs to my LLM, and it can generate within 5 minutes. Okay, now 5 people are not required at all. 1 person is enough. That kind of jobs where less skill will go already gone, many. But where the things are, now you see the new roles started everywhere talking FEs, forward deployment engineer. So in the area, we require 1 on-site coordinator, here 2 developers, 1 person testing, that much is not required. Using these utilities, 1 person can play a bridge between the client and the engineers, all these people, and he can manage it very easily. Now the industry is looking not simply earlier now when we take the 10 people, okay, 4 people I can very low skill also I can manage in the client projects. How we are able to manage, people will do, they want to do some documentation and they have to prepare the test cases and they have to do a lot of drawing skills. That 4 is not required now, 1 is enough. But remaining 6 still is there, in future also it is required. Where people have the good skills, where they have the high capable in the area. Suppose you see earlier, when these companies taking how only resume, right? Like suppose you take these TCS, Infosys companies, their package is the 3.6 lakhs. They will put the only arithmetic, some kind of reasoning they use to take. That plan, right? If you see for the last 4 months in Infosys, you have seen they are giving a specialist programmer. And 6 lakhs, 9 lakhs, 16 lakhs, 20 lakhs. So now it is totally changed. There for all these, they use 100 questions. Your English comprehensive, your regular reasoning, these 4 figures, what is the 5th figure is long story. They will give you 4 or 5 business problems, you have to solve it. The internally whatever you programs you are writing, it will also look into the efficiency and effectiveness of your code. Based on that, it will give you points. That is the change. So low skill is not that much important. Some people will lose their job or left also. In future also it will happen. But the highly skilled people will be paid more, and still there is a more need in that area. So there is not required to fear that much. This removal every day we are seeing the company. Those people remove the 5,000. Multiple reasons are there. AI is also one reason. Too many people unnecessarily recruited in Corona period. So before 2 years back, all companies were removed not because of the AI. We removed because of unnecessarily they put out people. So not that much is the requirement. And now also you see the economy and a lot of wars is happening. That is another one. AI is also one of the things. So many reasons are there, but skilled people will get more now compared to the previous. Unskilled where people want to manage simply coming to office, I will do this work, that work is gone story. Industry is not in a position to manage 30% bench like area. So we can't manage it. We are not getting that much profits by exclusion of these things. So not too much worry. People have to put on the learning, continuous learning. They have a good opportunity.
I think that's very reassuring coming from the industry itself that you will not be losing your jobs so fast. I think please.
Sir, to add this Infosys story, I received from this an ASCAM report which was released in the month of February. They said that around 3,000 employees, there is a humanistic approach they are taking. They have been reskilled, upskilled from the, as mentioned by the lady, sir. They have given other options. 3,000 employees they may not lose the job. They have been retrained and upskilled in their jobs, so that it will help in a large scale. This is another story that Infosys itself has given a best example.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we can go on and on like this. There is a lot of inquisitiveness among the audience also, and they are ready to answer many. But then we'll be assuming right between your lunch and yourself. So I think we will, to be positive of time, we will take maybe one question from the audience. Please.
Yeah, questions to so we've seen a lot of legacy educational policies are not driving what we've learned and what so was also telling us that what we learned is not what is relevant. We have a lot of foreign universities coming into India and they are teaching a lot of hybrid programs. How does that get into the compliance regulations of Indian universities? For example, if I do a 2+2 program, wherein if somebody does 2 years here, and so he goes there and even gets a job or whatever. So how does the regulatory compliance come into that?
No, if foreign universities are coming, we should welcome them. Right, so there is no such. It only makes our universities better, I can say. Because if they are bringing some best practices that can be adopted by the universities as well. So I don't think that is a threat. So I'm not considering it as a threat.
No, I agree with Minister Kumar.
Yeah.
So for example, there is a so there are job ready courses that have been happening in multiple universities in Europe. So there are a lot of skills from India, there are a lot of students from India who opt for the programs, there are hybrid programs. So I'm also part of but the objective is to go 2 years post here, 2 years in Europe. So if that has been done, how does legacy university here, the famous universities here, how will they embrace that program? Is there any way that some sort of an association can be created?
My experience with these kind of programs, right, is not so good. Actually, I'll tell you. They have started these programs and they are also closed for various reasons. There are logistic reasons to that. So 2 years here and 2 years there. But I don't know if you're talking about the foreign universities are offering courses which are job oriented kind of thing. So maybe, but you can as well do here also. The change is coming. I tell you, the change is coming. Because now I see a lot of privatization happening in the education sector. If you look at the private universities that are coming up, actually, they are very competitive. Actually, so they are also adopting these best practices from other universities. I'm sure you will see, a change in the universities in the future. Yeah, so such programs can as well be offered by all the universities here. Thank you.
I want to add one more point, sir. As per the new education policy, all private universities are not allowed in India. Only the universities which have the marking of 500 across that only they are eligible. And before that also a lot of due diligence is need to be done. And the universities which you mentioned last year, 15 universities landed at this Dasara. There might be 15 more universities, Ivy League universities. Predominantly government, as well as either the central government or the Telangana government, are keen to bring the Ivy League, either it's Ivy League schools or Ivy League law schools or engineering schools. So there is a lot of due diligence taking place. Whether it is a training model, training degrees. Already, even though the 2000 itself, Indian School of Business, we have started and it is succeeding. And SP Jain Institute is also succeeded. And we should accept the change and we should explore the change, experiment the change. So, of course, as you already mentioned, whether why can't we do it here itself? Of course, there is another point also. It's very interesting as well as the platform is not adequate to address this issue in Porto. But what I suggest is that we need to accept as a positive change that we open the doors and our people are going. So, few of my cousins went to Singapore and Italy and due to the training programs in NEHRU. They have got a good placements also. It's not a brain game, but it's a brain game on. So from that point of view.
Thank you. Sir, the number for the kids going. One last question from
Yes, sir, this is Dr. Pedro. I am from the Namaskar. My question for the values from Ministry. Sir, all the industries sectors are using exploiting AI for the solution to the end users. So how far Indian judiciary and judgment is using AI for giving the speedy judgments? Are you taking any measures in the Supreme Court, High Court to use AI in the judgment so that we give the speedy solution? Because there is one quotation.
Yes, I agree with you. From 2017 onwards, there are a lot of initiatives taken place by the National Judicial Academy as well as National Legal Services Authority, also NASA, we used to call. And the Supreme Court, as you rightly mentioned, asked the government to replace all the, the old laws which are not suitable to the current system. Probably, you have seen the last 2 weeks, the Supreme Court itself asked the government identify the laws which are not related and relevant. And they are also established fast track courts. Even in Hyderabad, the High Court also, out of 30 benches in the High Court, one bench is a fast track court. Probably people might not know. So there is, as you are asking a question, and people need to be, awareness is not up to the mark, but we need to enhance that initiative. They have taken, judiciary taken the cognizance on itself, and it is voluntarily they have taken this initiative, and they have started us, and we are seeing the results. In intellectual property rights itself, they have created one board, and the very we are talking about AI, but the DPDP Act is also another burden. It is a burden or a blessing. We need to understand both law as well as technology. Law is a public policy. We need to understand.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we conclude with this discussion. One message emerges very clearly. Artificial intelligence is no longer just a technological advancement, it's a transformation force, reshaping education, law, industry, governance, and the society itself. Universities are already quite adept at adopting a lot of these technologies and trying to put them as part of their skill development program. the government on its own initiative has looked at NEP and it has come up with a lot of changes that are required for the current generation with AI as part of it. Industry is helping the academia and trying to bridge this gap by offering internships to students from various colleges and trying to ensure that the student is useful on day one to the industry. So I think on behalf of all of you and on my own behalf, I thank the panelists, Professor Ramchandran sir, Dr. Rajaraj sir and Dr. Conclave for a very enlightening discussion on skill development in AI. Thank you very much. May I have a round of applause for the panelists?
Thank you to our distinguished panelists and our moderator for an intellectually rich and practically relevant discussion. The ideas shared here today are sure to stay with us well beyond this event. Now, it's a privilege to formally felicitate these esteemed dignitaries. May I request Dr. S. Venkataraman sir, Director, to present the mementos to Professor S. Ramchandran sir, Dr. Childra Kamaraj sir, and Venkata Reddy sir, along with Dr. Manibhushan sir. Opposite to the auditorium. Please do network and continue conversations from the panel during the break. Kindly reassemble as per the schedule for the afternoon session by 12:15 p.m. 2:15 p.m. Thank you.
the JNTUH officials here, the staff, the faculty, and the other participants. I am happy to share this dash with you. The reason being the topic is AI. So as Venkataraman told, we also did similar to AI for a rocket launch in collaboration with IIT, Professor JAWAHARLAL in 1999. That was something when a rocket takes deviation and if it is going to pose danger to landmass and people, it has to be destroyed. There is no other alternative. In such cases, the AI systems will give a fantastic report. In fact, we derived that report even in 1999. అభినందనలు. వెంకటరామన్ గారు అడిగినప్పుడు ఏమంటే తెలుగులో మాట్లాడతారా, తెలుగులో మాట్లాడితే పర్వాలేదు మీ అందరికీ అర్థం కాని ఎవరు ఉన్నారా? ఎవరు లేదు. ముందు ఒక కథ చెప్తాను, ఆ తర్వాత ఏఐలో వెళ్దాం. చిన్న పిల్లవాడు
తల్లి దగ్గర నుంచి మాటలు నేర్చుకునేప్పుడు ఎన్ని నెలల తర్వాత మాటలు ఎవరు మొదలెట్టారండి? దాదాపు ఒక 2 years అనుకోవచ్చా? 2 years తర్వాత మాట్లాడటం మొదలెట్టారు. కొంచెం 3 years వచ్చేసరికి చిన్న చిన్న స్టేట్మెంట్ చెప్తూ ఉంటారు. ఈ పర్టికులర్ కథలో ఏంటంటే ఒక చిన్న పిల్లవాడికి వాడు అమ్మ చెబుతూ ఉంటుంది, అదిగో పిల్లి 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 చూడు అని చెబుతూ ఉంటుంది. ఒక 4 సార్లు చెప్పిన తర్వాత 5వసారి పిల్లిని చూడగానే బిడ్డ మమ్మీ పిల్లి వచ్చిందని చెప్పాడు. ఎలా చెప్తారండి? చదువుకోలేదు, ఆల్ఫాబెట్ లేదు, స్కూల్ పంపలేదు, ఎలా చెప్తున్నాడు? ఆలోచించండి. ఆయన ఏమి, ఆ పిల్లవాడు అతని యొక్క మెదడులో ఏమి రిజిస్టర్ చేస్తున్నాడు? పిల్లి ఎలా ఉంటుందో పిక్చర్, నడక, ఫర్, కలర్ మొత్తం అది ఏ రూపేణ రిజిస్టర్ చేస్తున్నాడు? చదువుకోలేదు కదా. ఏ కూడా అంతే. మీరు కనుక రెలవెంట్ డేటా ఇచ్చినట్టయితే అలాగే పనిచేస్తుంది. సో ఎవరో స్కూల్ పిల్లలు ఏంటంటే అన్నప్పుడు ఇది చెప్పాను అన్నమాట, వెంటనే ఉపయోగిస్తున్నాడు. సో కాబట్టి మీరు నిజంగా ఆలోచించినట్టయితే మనిషి పుట్టినప్పుడు 1వ సంవత్సరం దగ్గర నుంచి స్కూల్ వెళ్ళే వరకే అపరిమితమైన తెలియగలవాడు. అందులో డౌటే లేదండి. మీరు ఆల్ఫాబెట్ నేర్చాక ఇదిగో ఇది కరెక్టే, ఇది ఎకాల్ తర్వాత సోషల్ స్టడీస్ సైన్స్ నేర్చుకుంటున్నారు. అది ఏం అక్కర్లేదు. 1 to 5లో ఇన్ఫినిట్ లెర్నింగ్, అంతకు మించిన గొప్పతనం మనిషి మేధస్సు జవహర్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తున్నారు. సో అటువంటిది ఏఐలోకి వస్తోంది అంటే ఏమనిపిస్తుందండి? అరే మనం ఆలోచించక్కర్లేదాం, ఇక నుంచి మెషిన్లు మనం నడిపిస్తాయేమో అనుకుంటాం. కానీ అది కాదు. ఈ కుర్రవాడు తాలూకు ఫాదర్ ఉన్నాడు, ఎవడు నారాయణగాడు. సరే వీడు ఏదో పిల్లిని చూడగానే పిల్లి అని చెప్పేశాడు. సో కాబట్టి పిల్లి ఫోటోగ్రాఫ్లు, ఆ వీడియోలు, ఆ డేటా అంతా తీసి కంప్యూటర్కి ఇచ్చాడు. కంప్యూటర్కి ఇచ్చేసిన తర్వాత ఒక మళ్ళీ కెమెరా పెట్టి పిల్లిని చూపించాడు. చూపిస్తే అదే పిల్లి అని చెప్పేసి, సరే నేను పెద్ద ప్రోగ్రామ్ చేశాను కదా, ఇంటికి వెళ్ళి చూపిద్దామని తీసి చూపించాడు. మరి పిల్లికి కావాల్సినప్పుడు రాదు కదా, రాకపోతే ఒక పిల్లి బొమ్మ తీసుకెళ్ళాడు, కెమెరా పెట్టాడు, సిస్టమ్ చెప్పేసి పిల్లి అని. ఆ చిన్నపిల్ల వాడు పక్కకు నవ్వేశాడు. ఇదేంటి బొమ్మను తీసుకుని పిల్లి అంటున్నాడు వీడు, ఇదే సిస్టమ్, డాడీ దిస్ ఇస్ ఎ డాల్ అని చెప్పాడు. అంటే ఈజ్ ఇట్ సక్సెస్ఫుల్? నో వే. ఏ కూడా అంతే. మనిషి లేకపోతే, మనిషి సూపర్విజన్ లేకపోతే రిజల్ట్స్ అన్ని తక్కువగా ఉండవచ్చు. కాబట్టి మీరు ఎప్పటికైనా ఒక మనిషి ఒక కృత్రిమ మేధస్సు మెషిన్తో రీప్లేస్ చేస్తుంది అంటే ఇన్ఫరెన్స్ వరకే రీప్లేస్ చేస్తుంది. యాక్షన్ షుడ్ బి హ్యూమన్. కొన్ని రొటీన్ యాక్షన్స్ ఉంటాయి, అవి చేయొచ్చు, ఆ ప్రాబ్లం ఏం లేదు. కాబట్టి అలాంటిగా ఒకటి చూపిద్దాం అనుకున్నాను. మేడం ఎవరు మెయిల్ పంపించారు. దాంట్లో 3 స్టేట్మెంట్లు ఉన్నాయి. పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ ఎవరైనా ఒకటి, ఏమేమి నేర్పించాలని ఒకటి, 3దేమో ఇంకోటి ఎథికల్ అలాంటిది ఏదో పెట్టారు. నాకు టాపిక్ గురించి కూడా అప్పుడే తెలిసింది. అలాంటి టాపిక్లో ఎక్కడ చెప్పారు. నేనేదో అంటే ఎలా డెవలప్ చేస్తారు ఏంటి, మనం ఇస్రోలో చేస్తున్నాం కదా, మిగతా కాలేజీలో చెప్పుకున్నాం కదా, తీసుకొద్దాం అనుకున్నాను. అయ్యే కుదిరేట్ కనపడలేదు. అందుకని ఈ మార్గం అనుకున్నాను. కాబట్టి ఒకసారి చూడండి. బిల్డ్ అవేర్నెస్, రియల్ వరల్డ్ అప్లికేషన్, ethical and responsible use, collaborate and innovate, AI driven future. అందులో ఒకటన్నా ఎంతాల్సిన విధం ఉందా? కాబట్టి ఇలాంటివి ఉన్నప్పుడు మనం కూడా డెవలప్ చేయాలా లేదా టూల్స్ వాడుకోవాలా? నేను చెప్పేది టూల్స్ వాడుకోమని చెప్తాను. ఎవరు డెవలప్ చేయాల్సిన పని లేదు. టూల్స్ వాడుకుంటే డెవలప్ చేస్తున్నారు గొప్పతనం. సరే, ఏమేమి టూల్స్ ఉంటాయి? ఎడ్యుకేషన్ పనికి వస్తాయా? టీచర్స్ పనికి వస్తాయా? ఆ తర్వాత స్టాఫ్కి కానీ వర్కింగ్ క్లాస్ కానీ పనికి వస్తాయా అనేది చెప్పేది టాక్. అదే పరిచయం. సో కాబట్టి నెక్స్ట్ స్లైడ్ వెళ్దాం. చూడండి, ఇక్కడ కృత్రిమ మేధస్సు అంటే ఇచ్చేసాడు. జాగ్రత్తగా ఎవరైనా నేను చెప్పే మాటలు ఇచ్చేసాడు అన్న, ఓకే, ఇస్తున్నాను అని అలా. ఏమి ఇచ్చేసాడు? ది సైన్స్ ఆఫ్ మేకింగ్ మెషిన్స్ థింక్, లెర్న్ అండ్ యాక్ట్ ఇంటెలిజెంట్లీ. అంతేనా? ఇంకా తేడా ఉన్నా ఏమి లేదు. కాబట్టి ఈ మెషిన్స్ టు థింక్ అండ్ లెర్న్ అనే దానికి ఏం డేటా ఇవ్వాలి అని మీరు డేటా ప్రిపేర్ చేస్తాం. ఆ తర్వాత యాక్ట్, ఈ మాటలు వింటూ ఉంటారు తరచుగా. ఏఐ అని, ఎంఎల్ అని, తర్వాత డిఎల్. ఏ అనేది ఒక అమలులా అనుకుంటే, ఎంఎల్ అనేది ఒక అల్గారిథమ్స్, ఒక మెషిన్లో పెట్టే ప్రొసీజర్ స్టెప్స్. అంతకనే లేదు, మెషిన్లో పెట్టే ప్రొసీజర్ స్టెప్స్. ఆ ప్రొసీజర్ స్టెప్స్ మెషిన్ కానీ కంప్యూటర్ ఆఫ్ ఏదైనా అవ్వచ్చు. ఇది ఎంఎల్. డీప్ లెర్నింగ్ అంటే డేటా కావాలి. డేటా ఇచ్చి మాట్లాడుతున్నాను కదా, పిలిచి కానీ పిల్లలు ఇవ్వాలి. దానికి లెర్నింగ్ డేటా ఇవ్వాలి, లాజిక్ ఇవ్వాలి. సో అంతవరకు. సో కాబట్టి ఎవరన్నా మీ దగ్గరికి వచ్చి ఏఐ ఏంటండి, ఎంఎల్ ఏంటండి, డిఎల్ ఏంటండి అంటే మన డెఫినేషన్ తిరగేయాలా? అవసరం లేదు. ఇలాగే ఉంటుంది. మీరు చదవడంలో ఉంటే తక్కువ. సరే, ఇటు వచ్చామనుకోండి, ఏఐ ఏం చేస్తుంది, ఎంఎల్ ఏం చేస్తుంది, డిఎల్ ఏం చేస్తుంది ఒకసారి చూడండి. ఇది జరగట్లేదు. గోల్స్ ఏది బాగా పనిచేస్తుంది, ఏ విషయం అనేది టేబుల్ అనమాట. ఇది ఓకే. సో ఇది నేనేం చేస్తానంటే, ఇది అయిపోగానే మీ అందరికి ఇచ్చేస్తాను. చదువుకోండి, అసలు మీరు ఎక్స్పర్ట్ జాబ్ ఉంది అని అడిగాడు. ఓకే, ఏమీ పని లేదు, ఇదే కదా, ఓకే ఒకసారి చూడండి చెప్పేయండి, అంతే. మీకు కావాల్సినంత అంతే. ఇవన్నీ ఎక్కడెక్కడ వాడుతున్నారు చూడండి. మరి డ్రైవర్లెస్ స్టాఫ్ వస్తాయంట. ఆ తర్వాత మీకు వచ్చే మెయిల్స్, స్పామ్ అన్నీ తీసేసి కరెక్ట్గా చూపిస్తున్నాయంట. వాట్స్ వస్తున్నాయి, మెడికల్ వస్తుంది, వాయిస్ రికగ్నిషన్ వస్తుంది. ఈ మధ్య సిరి కానీ అలెక్సా కానీ ఎంతమంది వాడుతున్నారు? చాలా మంది వాడుతున్నారు. అయితే సిరి మీ వాయిస్ రికగ్నైజ్ చేసినట్టేనా? ఓకే, నేను మాట్లాడితే ఉపయోగం లేదు మీ ఫోన్లో. మరి నేను మీకు మార్చి మిమిక్రీ చేస్తే ఎప్పుడైనా ట్రై చేశారా? చేయండి. మీ అబ్బాయిని మిమ్మల్ని మీ మాట మిమిక్రీ చేయమని చెప్పి ఒకసారి ట్రై చేయండి. ఏమాత్రం వస్తుందో అని చెప్పండి. తర్వాత సార్ చెప్పండి, నా దగ్గర కూర్చున్నారు. ఎందుకంటే వెరీ ఇంపార్టెంట్. సో కాబట్టి ఇవన్నీ మూడు ఎవరికైనా చెప్పాలంటే, ఏది అమరలా, ML is how machines learn from data. DL is how machines learn complex things like humans. So, kabatti AI is everywhere around us, making our lives smarter, easier, better day by day. So that is the. ఇప్పుడు చూడండి, పాట చెప్పినట్టు మీకు అంతే కదా, అక్కడ మాస్టర్ ఉన్నాడు, అక్కడ టీచర్ ఉన్నాడు. ఓకే, సో ఏ గురించి చెప్తున్నారంటే చూసారా, మళ్ళీ ఎగ్జామ్లో వచ్చింది. సో ఇయర్స్, ఐస్, ఫర్, సో హౌ ఇట్ గోస్ టు డిఎల్. సో అంటే ఏంటి, 2 సంవత్సరాలు ఉన్న బిడ్డకి డిఎల్ అనేది తెలియకుండా తెలిసింది. సో అదే ఇప్పుడు తెలుస్తున్నది, ఇంప్లిమెంట్ చేయాలని చూస్తున్నాం. మనిషిని మించి గొప్పవాడు లేడు కాబట్టి అది గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి. సో ఏ ఇది గోల్, ML is way to learn, And DL is a powerful technique. So that is the order of usage. And teachers everything about question lesson plans, question papers, automatic evaluation, performance tracking, personalized teaching, language translation, content generation. So, మీరు ఒకవేళ వాడాలంటే ఇవన్నీ వాడుకోవచ్చు. ఓకే, తగ్గింది. ఇది చూడండి, అభ్యాసంలో ఏ పాత్ర అంటారు. ఇప్పుడు అంటున్నాను ఏం చేశాను చెప్తా అసలు సీక్రెట్ తర్వాత చెప్తాను. ఓకే, దీనివల్ల ఉపయోగం ఏంటంటే ఇక్కడ చూడండి, వీటికి మ్యాథమెటిక్స్. ఓకే, AI systems analyzing performance. Big areas are identified, algebra, fractions, etc. Now you see improved performance. Maybe 5 minutes or 10 minutes. The tools are required in schools. And teacher may be doing a wonderful job. Tool will take a student to personalize learning. That is important. Okay? That is called adaptive learning, smart tutoring, and also skill development platform for even teachers. Somebody is doing, let us say, research. What kind of data analysis one has to do on the data collected? Pattern recognition, predictive modeling, citation management, and simulation optimization. Anything, and you get to using AI. ఇక్కడ ఎథికల్ రెస్పాన్సిబుల్ యూజ్ ఆఫ్ AI ఏంటంటే ఇలా చెప్పాను మీకు, మీ డేటా పోయిపోతున్నాను. నిజంగానే ఒకప్పుడు నేను హైదరాబాద్ వచ్చినప్పుడు మార్క్స్లో ఏమంటే మీరు ఫ్లాట్ కొట్టగా లేకపోతే కొట్టగా మనుషులు తిరిగేవాడు. నేను అమ్మడం చాలా తినేవాడు. ఇప్పుడు అట్టగా మీరు అన్ని కొన్న తర్వాత బిల్డింగ్ దగ్గర మీరు అమ్మకం చేయండి పోయినట్టు. నేనేం చేస్తున్నానంటే రెండు సినిమాలు తీసుకుని, ఒక సినిమా బ్యాంకింగ్ సినిమా, ఇంకా ఎవరికి చెప్పలేదు. ఒక సినిమా అమ్మాబాబు సినిమా, ఇది మాస్ వాళ్ళకి, తర్వాత మిగతా వాళ్ళందరికీ. అది చూసినట్టయితే చాలాసార్లు అమ్మాబాబు సినిమా చాలాసార్లు అయ్యాక అయినా పర్లేదు, అంతా చూసేసి ఫ్యాక్టరీ సెట్టింగ్కి వెళ్ళిపోయి మనం స్టార్ట్ చేయాలి. అలాంటిది మేము బ్యాంకింగ్ సినిమాలోకి వెళ్ళింది అనుకోండి, మీరు ఎవరెవరితో ఎక్కడెక్కడ కంప్లైంట్ ఇవ్వాలి, చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా ఉంటుంది. ఓకే, సో కాబట్టి ఇవన్నీ వాడటానికి ప్రైవసీ ప్రొటెక్షన్ అంటే AI ఫర్ ఎథికల్ అండ్ రెస్పాన్సిబుల్ యూజ్ అంటే మీరు కూడా స్కూల్స్లో కూడా చిల్డ్రన్ డజంట్ వాంట్ టు let us say make teacher to express their weakness in front of other students. Because nobody likes. Instead, you can tell positive about him, saying that he is very punctual to school. He may not be doing homework. But if you say that if at all there is any person who does not do homework, Mr. ABC అంటే ఇంకా ఇంటికి వెళ్ళి తప్పకూడదు. సో అక్కడి నుంచి వాళ్ళు ఏది ethics and responsibility of protecting the sentiment of the data. So, కాబట్టి మీరు చూసినట్టయితే privacy, data security, bias, academic honesty, transparency, and human supervision. మీరు ఇప్పుడు నేను చెప్పిన డెఫినేషన్ ప్రకారం మీరు ఎన్నిసార్లు బజాజ్ ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్కి వెళ్ళండి, రిలయన్స్కి వెళ్ళండి, ఎన్నిసార్లు మీరు కూపన్ ఫిల్ చేసి మీ అడ్రస్ చేశారు చదవలేదు. ఎందుకు మీకు కావాలంటే ఏదో ఫోన్ నెంబర్ వచ్చి లాటరీ దగ్గరికి ఫోన్ నెంబర్ పంపించేయండి, పేరు రాసి అడ్రస్ రాసి అన్ని రాసి చేయండి. ఇంకేం ప్రైవసీ మా దగ్గర ఎవరో బాగుంటారని ఏంటంటే అసలు మీరే ఇస్తున్నారు. ఈ మధ్య ఏం జరిగిందంటే నేను పేరు చెప్పను, కేటగిరీ పేరు కూడా చెప్పను. ఒక ప్రముఖమైన వ్యక్తి జనవరి 1వ తారీఖు నుంచి చాలా ప్రముఖమైన వ్యక్తి, పొరుగు దేశం వాడు, ఆ వ్యక్తి మీద నిఘా పెట్టలేదు. కానీ జనవరి 1 నుంచి డిసెంబర్ 31 వరకు ఒక పర్టికులర్ సంవత్సరంలో ఆయన వృత్తి ప్రవృత్తి ఎలాంటిదని పెద్ద రిపోర్ట్ తయారు చేసింది. ఎందుకంటే ఆయన కాలనీ నుంచి బయటకు వచ్చేది కెమెరాలు ఉన్నాయి, ఇంటికి వెళ్ళేప్పుడు కెమెరాలు ఉన్నాయి, అది విదేశీ కెమెరాలు, ఆ డేటా అంతా పోయింది, బయటకు వెళ్ళేది వచ్చేది అన్ని 365 రోజులు తెలుసు. ఆయన అలాగే మీటింగ్లో మాట్లాడుతూ ఉంటారు, ప్రెస్లో వస్తుంటాడు, అని చూస్తారు, అన్ని క్లిప్పింగ్లు పెట్టుకున్నారు. ఆ తర్వాత ఈ సోషల్ మీడియాలో ఆయన వీడియోలు అన్నీ ఉంటాయి, అన్ని చూశారు, అవన్నీ ఇచ్చేసారు. ఒక 100 పేజీ డాక్యుమెంట్ తయారు చేసి సంవత్సరం పాటు. అది ఎంత అథెంటిక్ అంటే ఈవెన్ దట్ పర్టికులర్ పర్సన్ హస్ గాట్ ఎస్టాబ్లిష్డ్ టు సీ దట్ డేటా. అట్లా సో కాబట్టి ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎ పవర్ఫుల్ టూల్ ఫర్ సోషల్ మీడియా. సో కానీ ఇదంతా మార్నింగ్ కూడా అనుకున్నాం, టీచర్ రిప్లేస్ చేస్తారంటే కుదరదు. చూసుకోండి, వాల్యూస్ ప్రొటెక్ట్ చేయాలి, క్రిటికల్ థింకింగ్ నేర్పించాలి స్టూడెంట్కి, ఇమోషనల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ఇవ్వాలి, మెంటరింగ్ ఇవ్వాలి, హ్యూమన్ కనెక్షన్ ఇవ్వాలి. ఇంకా రాలేదు అందులో. నేను ఉదాహరణకు ఒకటే చెప్తున్నాను, కంప్యూటర్ స్పీచ్ రికగ్నైజ్ చేస్తుంది, టచ్ సిమ్యులేట్ చేస్తున్నారు, మరి ధ్వని రికార్డు, ఐస్ అంటే కెమెరా అనుకోండి. ఇంతవరకు వాసన పరిశీలించే విషయం కాదు. వచ్చిందా? ఎవరు చేయలేదంటే ఎవరు చూసారు? రాలేదు. అందువల్ల ఏదో ఈ కనపెట్టబడినవన్నీ చూపనంటే కుదరదు. మీరు ఎంత గొప్పగా నిశ్చితంగా మీరు సెన్సిటివ్గా ఉంటారు అంటే, ఒక సౌండ్ రాగానే ఏ మూల నుంచి వచ్చిందో మీరు ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళి చూడాలని ముందు మీ తల తిరిగేస్తుంది. సౌండ్ రాగానే మీ తల ఆటోమేటిక్గా తిరిగిపోతుంది. అంత స్పీడ్ కంప్యూటర్లో కూడా లేదు. అలాగే మీరు ఏదైనా వాసన పరిశీలించినప్పుడు ఎటువైపు నుంచి వచ్చిందో కూడా చెప్పగలరు. అటువైపు గాఢంగా వస్తుంది, అక్కడ ఏదో మూల ఏదో జరగకుండా వస్తుంది. సో కాబట్టి that kind of sensitivity is still a lot of time in there to get into that sensitivity. Nobody can give that sensitivity, whatever we have. Okay, so don't assume that the AI will replace teacher, but at the most, in that data picture, table teacher uన్నారు, student వీడి కూడా ఉన్నాడు. సో వాడు కూడా ప్రాంప్ట్ తీసుకుంటాడు అన్నమాట. ఓకే, టీచర్ ఏదైనా ఫోటో ఎలక్ట్రిక్ ఎఫెక్ట్ చూడాలంటే కనెక్ట్ షో ద ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్ అని చూపించేస్తాడు. సో అట్లా అన్నమాట. సో మీరు మళ్ళీ ల్యాబ్ వెళ్ళక్కర్లేదు, అని చూపించక్కర్లేదు, జరిగేప్పుడు జరిగిపోతుంది, చూసేప్పుడు జరిగిపోతుంది. సో లెర్న్ AI, యూజ్ AI అండ్ గైడ్ అదర్స్ ఇన్ యూజింగ్ AI రెస్పాన్సిబ్లీ. సో దట్ ఈస్ ప్రాబ్లం. ఓకే, ఇక్కడ చూడండి, ఇదే మళ్ళీ పెట్టాం, కింద దాకా పోతాం. ఇవన్నీ చేయడానికి ఏమేమి టూల్స్ ఉన్నాయి వినే ఉంటారు అంతా. ఓపెన్ చాట్ జీపీటీ, గూగుల్ జెమిని ఏం చేస్తుందో ఇచ్చాను, నేనేం చదవదలుచుకోలేదు, ఎందుకంటే మీకు ఏమి చేస్తున్నారు కాబట్టి. ఇది చదవదలుచుకోలేదు, టైం చాలా పడుతుంది. చూడండి, కోపైలట్ ఉంది, కామా ఉంది, గామా ఉంది, తర్వాత బ్యూటిఫుల్ AI ఉంది. సో ఆల్ టూల్స్ ఆర్ పవర్ఫుల్ అసిస్టెంట్స్ that help teachers save time, improve quality and create better learning. Okay, this is student learning. Student learning autonomous ga homework istara. Homework ఏ చేయించాడా స్టూడెంట్ చేశాడని పట్టుకోవచ్చు, కానీ స్టూడెంట్ వాడుకోదలుచుకుంటే కొన్ని టూల్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఇది ఆఫ్ కోర్స్ ఇది లోకల్ అనుకోండి, ఇవన్నీ ఉన్నాయి, చూసే ఉంటారు మీరు. జూలింగో, విజిలాట్, సోక్రటిక్, ఫోటోమ్యాథ్, గ్రేడ్స్కోప్, టర్నిటింగ్, Google Forms, many things are there. AI tools empower students to learn better, solve doubts faster, and help teachers evaluate fairly and effectively. చాలా వరకు bias falls. Research is along here. Research tools. మీరు రీసెర్చ్ అనేది డోంట్ అస్యూమ్ దట్ PhD చేసేవాళ్ళని రీసెర్చ్ చేయడం. మీరు మీ స్టూడెంట్స్ గురించి స్టడీ చేయొచ్చు, మీ ఎన్విరాన్మెంట్ గురించి స్టడీ చేయొచ్చు, మీరు ఇంట్లో ఏదైనా విషయం ఆసక్తికర విషయం ఉంటే స్టడీ చేయొచ్చు. వాటన్నిటికీ వాడుకోవచ్చు. ఎలిసిట్, రీసెర్చ్ ర్యాపిడ్, కనెక్టెడ్ పేపర్స్, గ్రామర్లీ, Billboard, GitHub Copilot, Amazon, many things are there. So, ఇది ఏ పరిచయం కాబట్టి అది చెబుతున్నా, లేకపోతే ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ తీసుకుని చెప్పడం అవసరం లేదు. ఓకే, ఫర్ అడ్మినిస్ట్రేషన్ అండ్ ప్రొడక్టివిటీ, కొంతమంది తెలంగాణ మిడిల్ లెవెల్ ఆఫీసర్స్ ఉంటే చూసుకోవచ్చు. మీటింగ్ సమ్మరీస్, automatic transcripts, and if you want, you can use it in mobile ఉంటుంది. That is called Notion AI. It takes notes, task planning, academic organization, and అదే ఇమేజ్ కి, వీడియోకి, మీడియాకి వాడాలనుకుంటే డాలీ, సింథసియా, విక్టోరియా ఇవన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చూడాలనుకుంటే గ్లోబల్ ప్రాక్టీస్ examples ఇచ్చాను ఇక్కడ. యుఎస్ఏలో all tutors in schools and universities are by apps. Tutors, not teaching. And all assessment systems, UK. Smart classrooms, think about it 100%. All literacy for all students, Finland. And all enabled learning platforms like Byju's, India. Okay. And all higher education smart campuses, UAE, and I declare UAE in the just not here. So important thing, do not use AI tools blindly. Make your own assessment. A పిల్లలాగా ఆ చిన్నప్పుడు అటు బాధ బాగుంది చూసాను నవ్వేసాడు ఏంటంటే దాదాపు తీసుకొచ్చి పిల్లలు. సో కాబట్టి జాగ్రత్తగా ఉండాలి. సో యాక్యురసీ అందరూ ఏం చెక్ చేయాలి? యాక్యురసీ, రిలయబిలిటీ, ethical use, of course, they are all discussed. This is what how it improves teaching. School teachers say ఏ విధంగా మనకు వస్తుంది, పాలిటెక్నిక్ డిగ్రీ ఫ్యాకల్టీ ఏ విధంగా మనకు వస్తుంది, రీసెర్చర్స్ అనే ఇనిషియేటివ్ పెట్టారు. Every week, the idea here is every week a particular teacher, he or she, if they are teaching physics, chemistry, maths, etc., can you phrase one prompt statement to be solved by one AI tool? In your mobile, government need not give you anything. On your mobile, you have Copilot, you have ChatGPT. You try to do every week one, that's why I said week one go, and start with ChatGPT, Canva, and Grammarly. That is enough, those three. And if you want to know ChatGPT for lesson plans, Canva for presentation, and Grammarly for official communication. So that's how they are actually figured out. So this is ethical response use. It is a big thing. ఎక్కడైనా కావాలి మీకు ethical use అనేది. Great AI is, there is no doubt, AI is powerful, but ethical AI is trustworthy. That is why there are regulatory agencies to make it trustworthy. Otherwise, it is very difficult. And for all these purposes, you need that fairness, privacy, transparency, accountability, inclusiveness. You see here, demystifying key AI concepts. Machine learning. Don't feel that machine learning is something you are going to get replaced by a machine. No way. And deep learning. And your critical thinking will never go off. Deep learning is only the interpretation of the created idea. And natural language processing. It is for, let us say, not only your own native language, but even if you want to use the inner meaning and if you want to translate it to other languages, it will be useful. And the data and algorithms, you know better how to use them. And if somebody wants to know, you can note it down. All tools to use in the classroom are this. All tools for teachers is this. So So this slide is put there to get some names. So నిజంగా చెప్పాలంటే అక్కడ నిలబడింది ఎవరు నేనే. ఎందుకు చెబుతున్నానంటే ఇది లాస్ట్ స్లైడ్. ఇవన్నీ నేను చేయలేదండి. ఏ కూలీ గంట పట్టింది నాకు. అందువల్ల ఇక్కడ కొంచెం నేనే చెప్పింది అందుకే కారణం. ఇప్పుడు నేను మాట్లాడిన మాటలని నేను కాగితం రాసుకొచ్చాను. ఒక్కొక్క స్లైడ్ ఏం మాట్లాడాలి అది చూడాల. ఇది కనుక చదివించి టైం స్పేస్ పెడితే ఈ మాటకి నిజమే మాట్లాడితే నేను అవసరం లేదు. సో అందువల్ల ఏం చేయొచ్చో ఏ టూల్స్ ద్వారా చెప్పడానికి ఒక పరిచయంగా పెట్టి మీ చేత ఈ వాడుకోవచ్చు అని ఒప్పించడానికి వచ్చాను. ఓకే, సో కాబట్టి సో టుగెదర్ లెట్ us inspire minds, empower education and shape a smarter tomorrow. That is the goal. Thank you. ఇది అందరికీ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ చేయండి, అందరూ కాపీ చేయండి. క్వశ్చన్స్ ఏమంటే అడగవచ్చు. ఇది ఏం చేసిన నమ్ముతారు, కూడా ఏం చేసినారని నమ్మట్లేదు. లేదు ఇన్పుట్ నేనే ఇచ్చాను. ఇదంతా ఏం చేస్తాను చూడండి. అసలు సీఎంలో ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్లో ఎకనామిక్ గారు కూడా అనుకున్నాడు ఎంత బ్రహ్మాండంగా ఎక్కువ బిల్డింగ్ లాగా కొడుతున్నారు. చెప్పండి మీరు ఎక్కడ వచ్చింది మీ బిల్డింగ్? అదేదో రోమన్ ఎంపైర్ లాగా ఉంది. ఏది నేను చేయలేదు, ఏది నేను. సో కాబట్టి హౌ ఇంటెన్సివ్ ఐ యామ్ యూజింగ్ యు కెన్ గెస్.
ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు మనం నేర్చుకున్నప్పుడు టేబుల్స్ మన నోటికి వచ్చేవి. ఇప్పుడు కంప్యూటర్ కన్నా ఏదైనా లెక్క తక్కువ మనం చేసి చెప్తాం ఏదైనా వస్తువు ఉన్నప్పుడు. ఇప్పుడున్న పిల్లలు ఆ దాని ఫోన్ తీసుకొని దాంట్లో టైప్ చేసి అది ఎంత అవుతుందో చెప్తారు. మనం ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళు టైప్ చేసి చెప్పేకన్నా ముందు మనం తక్కువ చెప్పేస్తాం. ఇప్పుడు కదా సార్ యాజ్ ఎ టీచర్ ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళకి రైటింగ్ స్కిల్స్ తగ్గుతున్నాయి. వాళ్ళు స్పెల్లింగ్స్ మీద అసలు కాన్సన్ట్రేట్ చేయట్లేదు. అంటే వాళ్ళకు ఎగ్జామ్స్ రాస్తున్నారు కదా సార్, నేను రాసినప్పుడు ఎగ్జామ్స్ అడిషనల్ ఎవరు ఫస్ట్ తీసుకుంటారో చూడాలని కాంపిటీషన్ పెట్టి ఎగ్జామ్ రాసే వాళ్ళు 2 hours 3 hours లో. ఇప్పుడు వాళ్ళు అసలు రాయడం అనేది చాలా మన కరోనా ఎఫెక్టా మన ఏఐ ఎఫెక్టా నాకు అర్థం కాలేదు. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. వెంకటేశ్వర ఫ్రమ్ మేలుగురు మెడికల్ కాలేజ్.
బాగా చెప్పారు, మీ అనుభవం గురించి చెప్పారు. నేను కూడా అటువంటి అనుభవం ఉన్నాయండి. నేను కూడా తెలుగు స్కూల్ నుంచి వచ్చాను. 10th వరకు తెలుగులో చదువుతున్నాను. ఆ తర్వాత 11th వచ్చేసరికి మాకు 11th 12th పిహెచ్డి ఉండేది. పిహెచ్డికి వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత ఏసీ కాలేజ్ గుంటూరు, అక్కడంతా ఫారినర్స్ ఉండవు, ఇంగ్లీష్ టీచర్స్. పేరు జాన్సన్ ఒక ఆయన, ఇంకొక ఆయన. ఏం చెప్తున్నారని తెలిసేది కదా. ఆఖరికి పిహెచ్డి పాస్ అయ్యేసరికి మ్యాథ్స్, ఫిజిక్స్, కెమిస్ట్రీ 91%, ఇంగ్లీష్ వచ్చి 34. దిస్ పర్సెంటేజ్ ప్లేస్డ్ ఇన్ 3rd class ఇన్ వ్యూ ఆఫ్ మోడరేషన్ ఇంగ్లీష్ అని పెట్టారు. కానీ అప్పట్లో అది ఉన్నా కూడా ఎన్ఐటి వాళ్ళు కానీ, ఆంధ్ర యూనివర్సిటీ వాళ్ళు కానీ, ఐఐటి వాళ్ళు కానీ అసలు ఇంగ్లీష్ పట్టించుకున్నారు. మీకు ఏదో 91% వచ్చింది చేంజ్ అటువంటి. సో కాబట్టి అటువంటి ఉన్నా కూడా నారాయణ ఉన్నారు. నాకు స్పెల్లింగ్ రావు. ఆ తెలుగు రాష్ట్రం పైన ఏంటంటే పుట్టు పట్టు అనేది అసలు ఇష్టపడేవాడిని. తెలుగులో చక్కగా ఏ అక్షరానికి అక్షరం రాస్తారు. మీరేమో కాసేపు రీడ్ అంటారు, దాన్ని రైట్ అంటారు, దాన్ని కూడా అంటారు. అసలు చిన్నప్పుడు నాకు అర్థం కాదు. ఆయన అన్నాడు, లేదా నేర్చుకోవాల్సిందే అన్నాడు. మదర్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్తే ఆవిడ ఏం చేసిందంటే పైన తెలుగులో రాసింది, ఇంగ్లీష్ పదాల పైన తెలుగులో రాసింది. కాబట్టి ఇప్పుడు ఇదే విషయం నేను మీ దగ్గర కూడా ప్రస్తావన తెలుస్తున్నాను. మాకు ఒక నేను వెంకటరావు గారి క్యాన్సర్ ఉన్నాడు. వాళ్ళ ఫాదర్ మదర్ యూఎస్లో ఉంటారు. వాడు క్యాలిక్యులేటర్ ఏదో ఇచ్చారు, లెఫ్ట్ అండ్ రైట్ వాడిన తర్వాత నేనేదో వాడు ఎవరో వచ్చారు డయాగ్నోస్టిక్ దగ్గర 16-18 లేకపోతే 14.12 చేసుకుంటున్నాను. వాడు పక్కన కూర్చొని నేను ఇక్కడ మట్టికి వేయగానే ఆన్సర్ చెప్పాను. 1/94 వేసాను. వాడు ఆన్సర్ చెప్తున్నాడు. ఏంటో నువ్వు ఇట్లా ఆన్సర్ చెప్తున్నావు, నీకు ఎట్లా అవుతుంది? లేదు ఇది ఆబ్వియస్ అంటాడు. నేను క్యాలిక్యులేట్ చేసుకోవాల్సి వచ్చింది, నాకు రాదు. ఆ తర్వాత తెలిసింది ఏంటంటే he has picked up some pattern way of understanding mathematics. I told him, give your steps and write the program and sell it. HYDERABAD program అనేది C language అనేది తెలియదు, ప్రోగ్రామ్ అంటాడు. సో అట్లా ఉంటారు. కాబట్టి don't assume that the traditional way, no way we are making it, let us say, underestimated. They are not required.
సెల్ ఫోన్ నెంబరు, ఇప్పుడు మన నెంబరు, మన ఫ్రెండ్ నెంబరు, అప్పుడు నెంబర్లు నాకు ఇంకా ఉంటుంది, ల్యాండ్ నెంబర్ కూడా ఉంటుంది. కానీ ఇప్పుడు సెల్ ఫోన్ నెంబర్ నాకు ఇండియన్ నెంబర్ నాకు తెలియదు, ఎందుకంటే ఆ ఫోన్ చూస్తే నెంబర్ ఉంటుంది.
True, because that doesn't mean you doesn't remember. You are not given importance to remember that. You are not registered it. You have a memory. You are not registered it. కానీ మీకు ఒకటి చెప్పండి, ఒకవేళ మీ రెండు నెంబర్ మీకు తెలియకపోయినా మొదటి 4 నెంబర్లు చెప్పినా మిగతా 4 చెబుతారా? అది కూడా రావట్లేదు. మార్కుతో వస్తున్నాయి, 10 గుర్తుపెట్టుకోలేము. వయసు నెంబర్ 94 అని చెప్పగానే గుర్తొస్తుంది. అది ఏంటంటే ది వే యాక్చువల్గా బ్రెయిన్ కనుక చూస్తే దేర్ ఇస్ ఫ్రంటల్ లోబ్ అండ్ బ్యాక్ లోబ్స్. The short remembrance things are stored in the frontal lobe. Frontal lobe requires a kind of what is it called, concentrated remembrance to store there. Okay, phone again, mobile on the road, store and we put it. That is the secret behind it. No way your minds are inferior. The way the gadgets are available to you, the way the facilities are available to you, you are making your brain not to remember that. There is no always for it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the highly informative and engaging session. Now, I request our director to felicitate Dr. JNTUH Rao sir as a token of gratitude. As we move into the next segment of today's event, we have a highly relevant panel discussion on AI in school education. To lead this conversation, I am delighted to introduce our moderator, Dr. Ramesh Loganathan. Dr. Ramesh is a professor of practice and core innovations at Hyderabad. With over 25 years of experience as a corporate tech leader, he now passionately drives research outreach and academic incubators, bridging the gap between academia, industry, and the startup ecosystem. Joining him today is an incredibly distinguished panel, Mrs. H.V. Saroja Srinivas, Principal of SRDG School in Dr. A.S. Rao Nagar. Born and raised right here in Hyderabad, Mrs. Srinivas brings over 20 years of rich experience in academic leadership, school administration, and student development. Having previously worked at Johnson Grammar School and Abhaya Viola School, she has been leading SRDG World School. Our another member in our panel is Dr. Sheshagiri Rao sir himself. Now I request Dr. Ramesh sir to proceed.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for Hyderabad Institute representative for having us here. And it's a part of your lecture. Very nice and engaging. And recently I am also instructed. I grew up in Sri Lanka. My father is working in school, so my schooling was in Sri Lanka. His name is
I know him very well.
So,
I know the school right from the beginning where Tagore.
Yes.
Archie Tagore was the principal.
Small, very nice to meet somebody from Sri Lanka. Amazing childhood growing up. So today, I think we have interesting perspective discussing what does it mean AI in education. So you heard Dr. Seshagiri's talk earlier. So I think we've given a glimpse of all the possibilities. And then we have Saroj ma'am presenting on the other side, right? I'm in academics, and kind of research, I'm coming from the school side. So we just going to discuss what does it mean in the 30 minutes. So just building on what you just talked, spoke, we'll start with that. How much should teachers teach? I mean, actually most of the teachers get from schools. How many of you are from colleges? Okay, most are college teachers. Okay. So it's a slightly, school teaching is a little different because the system is prescriptive in nature. So you don't have to worry too much. CBSE or some board will tell what to do and very little room to go much beyond that. But college education is not the same. But there is a curriculum and a lot more flexibility. So what is your views? How much should the way we teach change? I have our views, I will share the data, but this year, since you thought about it and presented all the tools, how much should a teacher's approach to teaching change in at least college education?
సో కాబట్టి అందులో ఉన్నటువంటి అర్థాన్ని ఎప్పటికీ అండర్మైన్ పొజిషన్ లేదు. ఆచార్య దేవోభవ ఈజ్ ఆచార్య ఈజ్ ఈక్వల్ టు గాడ్. Coming to the curriculum in school, the students, because we know the CBSE school there, he is son of Loganathan. I don't know whether Loganathan has attended my class. The reason being, when the computer science is introduced as a part of the subject in CBSE, there was no teacher even for recruitment. I am working in computers right from 1976. So at that time when we started working in computers, we are not computer literate. Our literacy or our experience is based on the textbooks available and the manuals available in the computer system. used to take classes for C++, more than 5 years. And it's not a surprise if I disclose that more than 1,000 students gone through during various years of study. I never taught C++ as a teaching subject. No writing on classroom, no writing on let us say notebook. I don't know whether you remember, we have one book, C++ how to learn in 20 days. Maybe some of you must have either forgotten on C, they advertised or maybe Venkatram sir knows. Earlier sir, we used to get C++ how to learn in 20 days. That kind of books were there, 30 days. So I used to tell A equal to B plus C. So B is a variable, C is a variable. That means two variables with the given input we are adding. That's all. So there is an exercise for you. There is a computer available to you. And you take this and in the lab, you write one line program and exercise yourself. That's it. That kind of a teaching had made them to score. I have 25 students in class, around 89, 90. All of them scored 95. So that is what? The subject is known to you, and the student whom you are facing year by year is an intelligent one, and year by year they like personalized learning. And in fact, there are some students, it will surprise if I disclose, maybe at least a couple of them, they prepare the lesson and come to class. Madam, any of you have experiences as students? Yes. So when you were class consists of that type of students, it is up to the teacher to assess students and bringing in a new way of teaching. For example, in olden days, when I was studying in high school, we used to have 80 teachers. And after that, it has evolved into LT, licensed teaching. DED has changed to licensed teaching, like no, I don't want to compare it with this is the difference IED. So that means what the teaching methodology has changed. So in my opinion, in the current gadget era, you have wireless links, you have internet links, and you have various links, more than the value of the gadgets. If required, both the students, both the parents, they can make student or the boy that they want to sit and let us say in a fraction of conversation where they are making coffee, can explain this. It is a certain type of environment. When you are making a certain type of environment student to come along with you and learn, it is the duty of the officials to make learning practices adaptive. And tools are available in IT. This makes learning easy. Can I take one more? For example, I have made use of an AI on photo identification, and I wanted the AI to develop a calculator type of button system. If I press button 1, I get decision. Press button 2, I get exponents, etc. Press button 3, I get one more question. If I press button 4, I get the multi ABCD, multi-object questions come there, multi-object questions, multiple answers come there. So thereby, they will
experience for us sitting in the eastern side. We're on the quarter side, right? Colony side, school, everything is there. We're on the main eastern campus side. One of the conference rooms, he taught us. There's one I cannot forget. And then in my second job, one of my seniors there taught me C. Even today, I use those concepts when I teach programming languages, especially system programming. And good teachers is a gift. I think tools only help the teachers, so you could add something.
Ramesh Loganathan is lucky. The reason being, Sriharkota is an island. Except school, shopping malls, movie theatre, bazaars, shopping, nothing is there. Even if you want to go to, let us say, a walking exercise, maybe your luxury, you have good roads there. So that's why Loganathan is able to spend time what Vishwanathan or people like me told to him. But outside, it is not like that. Anyway, later we...
No, it was a very gifted childhood, sir. I mean, like being amongst all those scientists, I mean, you shake somebody and like, if not a PhD, at least an engineer from a good place or a scientist from a good university. That's the kind of people around that we grew up with. It's a very gifted childhood. Ma'am, just now looking at the other side, schools, like, how are they adapting? I mean, like in your experience, right? How are teachers adapting? Because schools, like I was just saying, offer a little bit more risk because board mandates every small thing, like what should be taught in every week, every class almost. Given that level of, are the boards adapting, especially at least the national boards, state boards may be a little behind, but at least we look at CBSE and such. Are they weaving in some of these tools into the curriculum? First question. Second question, how are teachers reacting to that?
A very good morning, good evening to everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me in this session. So coming to your point, sir, actually, as you said, state syllabus schools have not started implementing AIs in the schools level yet, but CBSEs have already started, and it's not in a speed race going on. There are a lot of barriers which need to be taken care of. And I want to add one point with Dr. Sheshki Garu. As he was explaining about the teaching, I'm going away out of your point, but since we are teachers, we get into all this. Yeah. So actually teaching with examples or teaching without the textbook is very, very important for any faculty, which I believe actually. So you come prepared for the class, but you express that preparation verbally through you and with more of knowledge in you, so that the children can reach to every faculty, every teacher. So that's why they never forget in their life whatever they have learned in their childhood. Like he was not forgetting, he couldn't forget whatever is being learned. And also at a point of not having any extracurricular activities or any distractions he didn't have. So he was lucky to have such a childhood. But AI still has to develop in school levels at this stage. So it is not yet, especially in India, I could say that. In China, they started experimenting and they're doing well, where it's helping the teaching tool, where the children are being monitored by the teachers every time. They have accessible, all the students and the parents have the access to the teachers because of AI. And because of AI, the teachers are getting more time to give one-to-one care to the children, because in traditional way of teaching, maximum time of the teacher's life out of the 8 periods or 8 hours of time, they'll be wasting their time. I would say, I don't mind using this word wasting, because they're doing, ending up with the end of the day doing a lot of administrative work or non-teaching work, which is not, which they're not able to focus on students' individual attention. So some students need a one-to-one from the teacher. It's not that we teach in the class of 30s and then we go to the class and we can't, say that I've done my work and everyone has reached, got my point. But, we need to give one-to-one. That's what the Waldorf school says, there's a curriculum called the Waldorf curriculum. I was associated with Abhaya Waldorf school. So it's like, overall development of the child. As I was telling, we need to reach the child and understand the children's concept, perception, and reach to them according to their levels. So maybe we are teaching an 8th grade student and we can't expect every child to be of that knowledge or with that, that capacity to understand the grade level academics. So in this case, AI will definitely help the teachers to give better examples and to teach in better in the classroom.
So ECP also says equal learning is a philosophy, not equal teaching. That our fundamental system was equal teaching. You assume that everybody is listening to the same thing, seeing the same material. It was equal teaching, but nowadays it's equal learning. The responsibility on the system and the teacher to ensure everybody learns. Tools do help. AI tools can help. We are working with right now there's the Gondi language, which is in a way it's good because the language is preserved from what I understand. Right? Those areas speak Gondi and they preserve the language. But the flip side is like the system still cannot, as a state, we only teach in Telugu or English or Hindi. And so the guidance officer who got recently transferred there, he has taken on himself saying that he wants a Gondi Telugu inline translator before the academic year. He reached out to us a week back. And he says in 1 month's time, he wants a solution. We are one of the local institutions for Bhashri, Government of India's Indian Technology, Indian Languages Technology Mission. And so we have access. So we have taken it up, we're building. And he said, you tell me how much data. We need to have the voice samples and the translated Gondi voice, Gondi text written in Telugu script and Telugu translation for that. We need that data set to build a model. He said, you tell there are 1,000 teachers that are aware of Gondi and Telugu. He said, you tell what data you want, I will get for you. Because summer, they are free right now. He said, he will get them, they will sit and do this for 10 hours a day. We needed 200,000 sentences recorded. He said he will get done in a week's time, which is impossible. He said, you leave it to me, I will get it done. And but anyway, these are practical technologies. Now, if you want something sitting on the table, when the teacher is saying something in Telugu, the child listens in Gondi. And it's it's not a major language that there will be a lot of people who know the language. You can't even expect people to know the language. So you need those tools to help them. And very fundamental, he says, even citizen services, right? When they come to any of the citizen services, and also like many officers, they don't understand Gondi, so they struggle. So such tools exist, but beyond that, just way of teaching, we already said that teachers are teachers, which I also believe. Like you said, ma'am, I have my course structures, I know what I'm going to teach, I have assignments planned, but I use the blackboard. I have slides also, I send the slides later after the class. I don't use slides in class. I use the blackboard, and I feel that's my value addition. If I can explain in my own. Now, so teachers, that doesn't change, but do you see can they leverage the tools that you mentioned, Satya? Can they leverage the tools, and in that process, they have to adapt or change the way they teach, while teachers' knowledge and teachers' teaching doesn't change? But do you see any fundamental changes needed in the classroom?
Except providing the tools and the required environment, per se the classroom setup need not be changed. You need the required tools, I agree with you. The second one is, not every AI tool is good to, let us say, to get the inference and to make it useful, even though I listed 10 of them. Probably one example I'll give now. The first slide, what is AI I prepared? I said all slides are prepared by AI tool. I have 3 laptops, 1, 2, 3. So each one I have loaded on AI tool. I dictated what is required. Okay? Then there is a text conversion. So the text I closed it. Come on, make a slide. It has given a slide. 2 are awful. 1 is only good. Unless you know that, bringing a kind of a tool, universal tool to teach, sometimes going to defeat. It is very important how a particular tool for a given lesson is responding to help both teacher and student has to be assessed by people like you. For example, in 1992, I have taken 11 students from CBSE, 12. Myself, my wife, we asked them to come to my house. Anyway, it's a colony there. We taught only Saturdays and Sundays. Whether you believe or not, 7 out of 11 got IIT. it is meant for IIT teaching. Then immediately Narayana came to run into my house, thinking that he has got a model. Then he came and asked me, what is the model? I don't have any model. I have taken the top level. In Chennai, exactly in Padibazar, we have a chemistry teacher, Gosakan. I don't know whether you heard. I talked to him. So look, I'm teaching the IIT students. We need whatever lessons you do. You send me the question. You don't send me the text or what. You give me the question paper. If you want to price it, you price it. Similarly, there is in ISRO itself, in our SPROG, there is a teacher, physics teacher. I made him to set physics question papers. I never taught lessons. We have prepared. I said, you come prepared for solving, let us say, matrix algebra or whatever. You told about Venn diagram. I will conduct a test. I will not teach. I will conduct a test. And whomsoever is not answering, I will explain what went wrong. That's all they did. We have not taught any lesson. We have not taught any fundamentals. We have only Saturday, Sunday conducted an exam on a particular chapter and explained to them what is wrong. If it is right, you ban them. That's it I did. 7 out of 11 is something wonderful. Then, even now you can ask him, is there any model when you have started IIT? If so, what model you have borrowed? Right now he is doing same thing. He visits all schools and colleges, take top 5 of them, put them in a section, and then give them free boarding and free teaching everything, and see that how many of them are getting ranks. This is absolutely not a correct model. I don't think the getting IIT, you have to take a selective students and train them. Make his intelligence to come out to solve the problem. Each one has got a built-in intelligence. How do you tap it matters. In my case, I only tapped it because I never taught fundamentals. I gave a question. He has not answered it. He learned after that. That's how it matters actually. The tools also used to be used like that. First, the teacher himself has to assist them. Teacher be a student to the tool. Try to extract what it is giving. Then only make it for a classroom for smart learning. That's what I thought. This kind of, let us say, workout on behalf of every teacher will give result.
Absolutely, sir. I was in Singapore for a short time before I moved to Hyderabad in 2000. So I went to NEHRU. I was very interested in economics. I just started, I signed up and started courses. And then one of the courses I took was statistics. I still cannot forget. This was 99. One of the best teachers I've come across in terms of how well he could teach. And that was a boring subject like statistics, which sadly is an extremely real world subject. You can take examples just about anything, but most teachers teach just the numbers and very bad, very poorly taught. He used to take 3-hour classes. Every day was one topic. He would spend 1.5 hours explaining the real world. You don't even know what he's telling because you cannot connect what he's telling to a statistics concept. He'll introduce. So one of the things, a good teacher, for what example he gave was exactly what he talked about. He said even Singapore is obsessed with sports, ranks, admissions. So there are schools that do very well in 12th. And because they do very well, the best students from 10th come to those schools. So if best students come, they will do well. He said that's not how you assess a school's performance. He said you take their average in 10th, their average in 12th, which schools moved them up. He gave this example with a lot of data. And all the time he's only talking about schools and he then introduced correlation, coefficient of correlation as a concept. Now, I remember that though it's almost 28, 29 years back, the example he gave was that a good school is the one that creates a delta. You don't take the best kids and get them out, that is no, you're not, as a school you did not do anything significant. You're good students already. You made sure you didn't mess with them. So, it's a very interesting example, absolutely. I think teaching, contextual teaching, when you said they did not do something, they know where they fumbled, at that time you tell them, explain them how to, that's going to stay for a long time. So, ma'am, just now, one final point, I think we already hit the half an hour mark, I think, but we'll just take a few more minutes. Now, students are as aware of tools or more aware of tools, right? Good and bad. Good is that they are aware of tools, bad because they can be very distracting. It's overwhelming sometimes, right? It's too much information, too many tools, and distracting and overwhelming both at once. While it is good on one side, students coming prepared to class, probably using those tools, right? It's very good for them. They know today this is a topic. Otherwise it can be very distracting. What are you seeing on that side, ma'am, in terms of students? How are they adapting to these tools? Are there some good things happening? Or is it like not so good thing happening? What's your observation from looking from, so I know you're looking at school students, but I'm sure you have awareness of college students also. What are you seeing on the student side last few years?
Last few years, actually, there are two sets of students, who takes it the best and who wants it to misuse it. But the society attracts the children. So there are some children who are really using AI and the technology to get the good inputs out of the knowledge, apart from the knowledge what they're getting from the schools or colleges. Even they're trying to extract from the tools and getting more points when they get into the classrooms. So it is helping them. But as Sir said, even AI tool also needs a teacher, so always teacher is on top. So what's right and what's wrong? There should be a teacher to guide the students or to check the tools also, whether it's going in right way or no, to the person to whomsoever it is going to.
No, absolutely, ma'am. I think when ChatGPT came 4 years back, we had a brainstorming of faculty and faculty, all faculty. On a Sunday, we do this at annual R&D showcase, we do a brainstorming that afternoon, second day afternoon, and it's good turnout. We had almost every year 70% come. We take some topical interest and relevant to research. That year, ChatGPT had just come out, 2-3 months. So we had a brainstorming on teaching and research in times of ChatGPT. And at the end of November, the conclusion was, you don't have to get too excited or too depressed, right? Embrace it, meaning accept it, it is there, right? Teachers can use it, students can and will use it. If you have programming, today's tools are even better, but even 3 years back, they could submit programming assignment using those tools. So assume they're going to do it, and you accordingly structure it. Right? We have the first 2 years, we have foundational courses, like we teach. I tell you the example in terms of, as an overall education system, the industry looks at it in terms of skills. They look at today Python programming skills, and prepared students are considered to be the best Python programmers in the country, and we teach C. In the first year, the programming language we teach is C, not Python. We don't teach Python at all. Subsequently, from second year onwards, most of the courses which are coming from research centers, all AI related, they all use Python. We don't teach Python, but they will submit all the assignments in Python. But for programming fundamentals, C is a good language to teach fundamentals. So we teach C, though nobody needs C today. But C is a good language to teach fundamentals. So first year, first semester programming language course teaches C. And even there, the idea is not to understand the C syntax. The idea is to understand programming languages. We'll see as an example. That's how the teaching is. With that, they can connect that with any language. So we said embrace it. The languages, the tools are there. Students will use the tools. So foundational courses, we tell them you cannot use. And then you can't give them a home assignment and expect them not to use. So we do a lot of the teaching in the first 2 semester teaching labs, where it is kind of sandbox. Subsequently, we assume they will use. Because it's home assignments, they have their own time, submit next week. We assume, so it means we have to be kind of good in terms of coming up with creative assignments. Good thing for us is like our own students are TAs. And these are second, third, fourth year students that are TAs. Our requirement is they should have done the course earlier. They don't have to see the most student in the class. And they know what their friends are using, because they are themselves. So they also help us with saying like, no sir, not this assignment, if we change it this way, then they can't use these tools. But anyway, so I think it's something all of us are mindful of, all of you as faculty are very aware of, I'm sure. Our kids are smarter than us, right? That's how society grows, right? The next generation has to be smarter than us. That's how we will grow as a society, and so our kids are and will be smarter than us. And still, but we have our wisdom. There's something we have to share with them. We have to be mindful that they're smart, they will use the tools, and we have to weave that into our kind of way of teaching and structuring, right? We can't expect the university or the board curriculum system to take care of that. They will take care to some extent. but things will move much faster than what the boards and the universities can react. So it's up to us to do it. So I hope the last 30-40 minutes help with that process of giving some thoughts to all of you. So thank you so much. I always feel extremely warm when I see somebody from his road and from stage even better and share the time. I was there 76 to 84, 75 to 84. So share that time that we were in the same colony. I'm sure we'll have stories to discuss after this, but so nice to meet you, sir and ma'am. Thank you so much. So all the best to all the faculty. Thank you.
That was a fantastic and thought-provoking conversation, sir. I would like to extend a huge thank you to Dr. Ramesh Loganathan for expertly moderating, and to Mrs. H.V. Saroja Srinivas and Dr. Seshadri Rao sir for sharing their valuable insights with us today. Now, I request our director to felicitate Dr. Ramesh Loganathan and Mrs. H.V. Saroja Srinivas as a token of gratitude.
Sir.
Now, we move on to one of the most inspiring parts of our day, the Innovation Showcase. This segment features real-world research and projects developed by our brilliant BTech students. I would like to invite the project teams onto the stage to present their work. Let's give them a massive round of applause as they come up to showcase. First we have Team Windsor showcasing their video-to-text innovation, and they are currently in the second year of BTech, and they are from Applied Mathematics branch.
We are Team Windsor in this embed semantic video intelligence pipeline. So every day large amounts of video content is generated, and if we want to gather insights from those videos, we need to manually view the video, which is time consuming. If there's a 2-hour video, we would have to spend at least 3 to 4 hours to analyze it. Most existing tools analyze either the audio or visual separately, missing the complete context. As a result, extracting meaningful insights and summaries becomes inefficient. And efficient video understanding is important as it saves time and helps quickly extract useful information without watching entire videos. proposed solution, our system uses a multi-layer semantic pipeline to understand videos by combining audio, video, and temporal information. So the first step is we extract the audio from the video using Whisper, and then we use YOLO model to identify all the objects in the scene. Then we use a visual learning model like Quen or Llama to get a visual to get an understanding of what's happening in the frame. Then we use adaptive gate sampling. We use channel entropy to pick only the important frames. We skip the redundant frames, thereby reducing our API latency and compute costs. Grid motion classifier. We use this. Our model is intelligent enough to identify any camera behavior or scene changes. And we use relational knowledge mapping. We use Spacey to build SVO tuples, and based on the SVO tuples, we build the knowledge graph using network X. Then factual grounding. We use the YOLO ground. We use YOLO as ground truth for the VLM so that it does not do any hallucinations.
So I'll be explaining the flow of the model. So first the user uploads a video, and once the video is uploaded, using FFmpeg we check if there is any audio in the video, and it's classified as either audio, video or both, and the audio is extracted using Whisper. Once the audio is extracted, we extract the visuals from each frame. The frame is sampled using dynamic adaptive sampling. Unlike existing solutions which sample frames every 2 seconds or every 3 seconds, we only extract the frames which provide valuable information. We use channel entropy and object edge density, optical flow density. We use these thresholds to check if a particular frame is actually providing any valuable information compared to the previously extracted frame, and only then we extract the frame. This ensures that there is no redundant data. And once the frame is extracted, it's passed to the VLM, in our case Quen, and this VLM generates a visual transcript of what is happening. It describes the particular frame. And then there is a temporal motion understanding. So suppose there is a camera pan or a zoom, or if there is a shift in setting from indoor to outdoor, the model understands that the particular segment is finished and we move on to another part of the video. And there is scene awareness since we use temporal attention. So the model has memory between the first frame of the video, the 10th frame and the nth frame. So it knows that it's the same person who is running in the first frame and the same person who comes back sometime later in the video. And semantic event extraction. We use subject, verb, object triples from the transcripts. The audio and visual transcripts which are generated, suppose it says he eats an apple. He eats an apple are the subject, verb and the object, and this is registered as a knowledge. This is registered and stored in a knowledge graph. I'll be showing you the results, and in the results I'll be showing you how the triples are extracted. And so after this is extracted from this particular graph, using RAG it is efficient for longer lectures and 2-hour videos to search for the most relevant results instead of going through each transcript one by one. And for the narrative synthesis and the summary, we use Llama 3.370B versatile by Grok. It's an intelligence model which gives us a summary based on the transcripts which are passed to it. I'll be showing you the results. Actually, we ran it on a video. We ran it on this particular video. For example, this is the video which we took. This is a TED talk by St. John. So this is a 3-minute 30-second video. So it's a 3-minute long video, and instead of wasting time on the video, I'll show you the results. So once we put this video as input in our model, these are the results we got. So firstly, there's a transcription of all the audio, and using Llama, it is context aware to diarize who spoke what. so it knows who spoke what without actually seeing it. And these are based on the timestamps. These are all the audio generation. These are the audio transcripts. This is for the entire video. And these are the visual transcripts. So whichever frame is extracted, they will transcript. For example, the first frame in the video is whatever is displayed in the background. And then it shows large letters TED because it's a TED talk. So there are a set of visual transcripts till the video ends. And these are the segments. Each segment which is classified as camera zoom, or a shift in setting, or movement of objects, they're registered as events. And once a number of events are occurred, we get the summaries of those segments. And this is like a script telling what exactly happened in the video, combining both the audio and video. This is the final summary which we generated using 3.370B versatile, which tells us about the video. And this is the knowledge graph which is extracted using the subject verb object triples. So all the triples which are extracted from either the audio transcripts or the visual transcripts are stored here, which makes it easy for retrieval. These are the tuples. And for object localization, we use histogram classifiers, and see an object and identifies it as a particular blob, and there is the spatial map of the blob. And we use a chatbot also. Suppose, in spite of seeing the video and reading all the transcripts, if someone doesn't know, they can chat with the chatbot to simple question about the video and what it said.
So deepfakes have been, the term deepfake was coined in 2017 on Reddit by a random user, and then they started becoming commercially available in 2019. Now, as years pass, there's been more research in deepfake generation algorithms, and there's a new type of deepfake generation algorithms which are called zero-shot voice cloners. And so what they do is, before you used to you were required to present you were required to give your voice data set in full, like it required hours of audio, but now using zero-shot voice cloners, I can replicate my voice in a matter with just a 10-second audio clip. So when there are multiple commercially available APIs and services like Labs, you can create your voice using only 10 seconds of your audio. So these have caused deepfakes to become more prevalent. So what we wanted to do was, in addition to legacy deepfakes, we wanted to address the newer types of attacks like zero-shot voice cloning. So we've chosen to include two models to complement each other, and the dataset we've chosen is this. We've included a large number of real clips as well as fake clips, and our dataset was chosen so that it includes multiple types of attacks. So even in the real speech dataset, you can find lip-read speech. So lip-read speech was created using domestic grade mics with people in their homes recording audiobooks and stuff. And then DCTK corpus, it consists of multiple accents, and then there's noise involved in the real data set. So the model, it can identify different accents and get used to noise as well. For synthetic, there are multiple categories covering various types of attacks. So deepfake will cover your legacy deepfakes, which consist of HYDERABAD and all those attacks, which were more prevalent during 2019. And these are STDS, XTDS, replay DF. These are more modern attacks. And how replay DF works is, it consists of clips which consist of replay attacks. So suppose I have an AI clip. When I upload it directly, and my model might generate it and might detect it as fake. But when I do a replay attack, I play the AI clip on my phone, and then in addition to real noise, I record the entire thing. So it's an AI clip in a real surrounding. So that's a very hard problem for deepfake detection models to solve. So we included that in the data set as well. And then we've also performed Gaussian noise at 40% probabilities just for adding additional noise. And then RIR convolution is for preventing replay attacks. It was proven in a paper. I have attached the references at the end. So yeah, why did we choose JNTUH 2 plus AASSD? These are the two leading models in the market right now, and then they complement each other because where JNTUH 2 has a weakness, AASSD works well. So when you integrate them together, you get a model which basically incorporates best of both worlds. Now we'll be talking about our real-time detection system. So when we wanted to make a deepfake detection system, we didn't want it to be just a static clip which you upload and then you get a result. We wanted it to work real-time in calls or any other live services where you need fast detection accuracy.
This is our workflow for the Sentinel real-time detection system. Basically, we're using Twilio as a telecom interface. So consider an attacker and a receiver. And when the attacker calls the receiver's number, it redirects to Twilio. So what it does is, Twilio's webhook, it hits our local server via an ngrok tunnel and starts processing, starts transferring the audio chunks directly from the call to our local server via a WebSocket. So Twilio does this at 8 kHz in a new log base 64 format, but our model accepts only 16 kHz. So when these audio chunks come through, our model first resamples them to 16 kHz, then we use a sliding window approach. So what this does is, our model takes 2 seconds to identify if the audio is fake or not. and 1 second to slide to another window. So consider 1 to 3 seconds is one window and 2 to 4 is another window. Each window outputs a probability score between 0 to 1. Say my threshold is 0.75. So if a window gives a probability score above that threshold, that window's flagged as fake. If at least 2 consecutive windows are flagged as fake, then the call automatically terminates. And this is how we converted our passive pipeline into an active detection system. This is our live demo. So, for example, here we've simulated the same environment. Consider a case where there might be like on the phone call, it might not be only real or only fake. It could be a mix of both. So, here there audio is playing randomly, like at 60% real probability, 40% fake. And let's see if it terminates after 2 consecutive fake windows. Okay, so here as you've seen, 2 consecutive fakes have been detected and then the call will be terminated. And the user also will get an SMS alert according to that. This is our real-time detection system, and this is our dashboard where you can upload an audio and see if yes, so for this particular audio, it turned out to be fake. We can also test it with a real one. So now we're playing a real audio and so here it might be confusing for a human to detect if it's real or not. Sometimes AI voices also appear real, but here it has been detected as real.
The reason for using AASSD and NEHRU is because when you're working with calls, you have a real environment with disturbances, and then you have compressing. You might lose artifacts, and because these operate on the raw waveform, unlike spectrogram-based methods, you won't lose information while you're monitoring. And we've done a cross-data analysis with these results. Thank you.
Thank you, team TechFest specialists. Now, we request our 4th year DS students to present their project, AI-based learning management system.
Good evening everyone, my name is Zahir and I'm a 4th year student at AIMSCS. So this is my final year project, it's named Campus Management System. So let's talk about how the management system is different, and then we'll talk about the AI features which are implemented in the application. So let's get started with what a campus management system itself is. So when we talk about a campus management system, it includes functionalities such as an admin dashboard, a faculty dashboard and a student dashboard. So what happens is, when an admin makes use of the application, they majorly try to handle students, the faculties and the courses and the timetables in it. So our admin dashboard also does the same. So I will show it now. So yeah, this is how the dashboard looks like, And as you can see, we have 4 windows: a student window, a faculty window, a course window, schedule, and feedback. So feedback window is nothing but it's rolled out after every single midterm and after semester to students, and it's handled anonymously so that no student's feedback is shown to the faculty or anyone, but only an admin sees it and evaluates the faculty if they are good for the student's perspective or not. And for the student dashboard, basically here, admin can manage students, add students, promote students, and also remove students or edit students' information. Remove in the sense, if a student leaves the campus, we can edit or we can move them to archive so that we don't lose a track of the student. Because majority of the situations happens is, if a student leaves, we basically lose the track of the student, and losing the track is not a viable option because we do have to keep a track of how long the student studied. It's good for the security purposes as well. And the archive not only handles students, but it also handles the faculties or the courses which were added. So the archive basically is a storage for everything which has been moved or removed. And the faculty part basically is adding new faculties and assigning new courses. And the courses part is basically adding new courses as the new semesters come in. So every single subject has its own course ID, so we are assigning those there. And the schedule is adding timetables. So yeah, this is something very normal and niche which every campus management system has. So now let's talk about what is different. So to talk about what is different, we will get started with the faculty dashboard. So as the faculties don't have classes on Saturday, it's shown like this, but they can still manage their resources in this manner. So what they can do here is, the first part is uploading the resources. So uploading resources are in the sense uploading the notes and the PPTs that the faculty uses during the class. So these uploaded notes will be used as a context to answer students' questions, which we will get to in a minute. And other than this, we have an assignment generation agent along with the manual assignment publishing window. So what technically we are giving here is, faculty can upload their own assignment, they can write their own assignment in a document and publish it to the students along with the deadline, or they can make use of this agent. So what this agent does is, it takes a simple statement from the faculty. So the statement can be as simple as, give me 10 questions on this specific topic and the type of the questions they need. So the type of questions which we are providing as of now are MCQ type, a written type, and a code-based questions. So MCQ questions, as we all know, they can be available very easily, and we are handling that in our system where the students will be able to see the MCQs as well, and they can take the answers. They will be graded on the spot, and once the student submits the assignments, the faculty can basically see the published assignments here and also see the student submissions. So this gives a track of what are the questions and what are the answers, along with how many questions and answers did the student get right. So this keeps a track of the topics the student got right, so the faculty can assess their performance and improve or provide more information about the topics. So this gives a clear insight on how the students have grasped the topic. And this is done for MCQ types. Other than this, on the faculty dashboard, we also have a RAG chatbot. So this thing basically solves one of the biggest problems the faculty faces. The major problem which faculty faces is collecting information or compiling information. By compiling information, I mean is when a faculty has to give a presentation or explain students tomorrow, what happens is they have to go through multiple textbooks and reference books in order to compile information. So we are completely removing this task from faculty's hand and we are managing it using this research assistant. So how this works is, the entire backend contains a vector database which contains all the textbooks which a faculty can use. They are basically mentioned in the syllabus copy. So these all notes are saved in a vector database along with the metadata, which is nothing but the course ID. So when a faculty logs in, they get a drop-down window in the top. So when we see all assigned subjects, what we mean here is all the assigned subjects the faculty has. So in the database, the faculty is mapped to their own course numbers. So whatever the course IDs they have, the searching will be performed based upon the course IDs only. So the faculty will receive relevant information with respect to the subject they are assigned to. And the reason why we are giving all subject assigned is, let's assume that the faculty has computer network security and computer networks both as subjects which they have to teach. Though they are for two different classes, the knowledge in this both subjects is quite dependent and they are intersecting. So in these situations, the faculty can make use of this filter to get information of both worlds and make use of them to make notes. Or else, the faculty can always go for a subject level filter. So this assistant has a huge context window, and the prompting behind the assistant is majorly based upon a thinking level model. So the reason why we are making use of a thinking model is, in case we go for an instruction level model, what happens is the model only sticks to the instructions given. But when we go for a thinking level model, if the user asks for an example, though it's not a part of the prompt, the example will be generated by the model based upon the context only. So the one major point about the entire application which we have to keep in mind is, everything is grounded and based upon the local information. Nothing is being generated from the internet, nothing is being passed to the internet. Hence, we are mitigating the entire option of hallucinations from the LLMs. Hallucination is one of the major issues which we face with LLMs, which is being totally negated in the entire system. So if I have to give a simple demo, one second. So we are asking for the comprehension of chapter 1 of natural language processing. So it takes around 8 to 9 seconds to route the entire query, retrieve the information and give us an output. So meanwhile, that's the generation part. Let me walk you through how the things work in the backend. So as I told you, the vector database is stored and we search it using a metadata filter. So what happens is, during the retrieval process of the RAG system, so the retrieval is one of the most important points of the entire retrieval RAG system. So for retrieval, we are making use of two different types of retrieval methods. One is called a vector retrieval, the second is BM25. These are majorly implemented because we have two different types of data. There is a sparse data and dense data. Sparse data contains semantic meaning, whereas dense contains acronyms, mathematical equations, etc., which do not contain meaning. They come as they are and they are stored as words. So vector searches, they use semantic similarity to retrieve things, and the metric we are using is cosine similarity. And for dense data, we are using BM25, which is using TF-IDF to retrieve the relevant information. So as you can see, this model right now is using a thinking level prompt for instructional LLM, because right now we have hosted an LLM on the server and it's using that only. Generally the prompts are designed to work with Quen models which have the thinking abilities. But as we can see, the model is going through the entire book. It's picking out the subtopics, the words specifically in them, and it's also giving us a different page below the context itself. So what happens here is, once the faculty goes to the information, they feel it's doubtful, they can always refer to the page number mentioned and they can check it. This keeps everything grounded and also gives the point of trust to the faculty. So yeah, everything is grounded. So this thing goes on for a while because the entire chapter is very long and we have to enter all the information. It takes around 2 minutes to generate the entire thing. We can always pick it up because right now we are using a streaming event where we are passing every single word from the server, but we can directly do it in one go. So I'll just stop it here because yeah, this talks about the faculty dashboard. Now let's go for the student dashboard. On the student dashboard, on the very entry level, we see that we have the overall attendance of student. This shows us how much the student's attendance is. So it's above 75%, we show a green. It's below 75, we show yellow, and below 50, we show a red. And these are the assignments which the student has not yet attempted. So as I mentioned, we have 3 different types of assignments: MCQ, written, and coding. So the MCQ assignments, something like this, is shown to the students. So they can directly answer them here. I'll just do it. So once it is done, you can submit the assignment and it's handed in, and you can see how many questions you have gotten right and how many gotten wrong. So now once this is done, it is also shown on the faculty dashboard, which we recently saw. Other than this, once the assignment is submitted, it's no longer displayed here and it's displayed on a subject level there. So since it was NLP, okay, there's a small bug, we can't see it, but yeah, once the student logs in on a regular classes day, they can see the assignment submitted also and they can revise their answer also. And they can also download the resources for ideas updated. And for the students also, we have a RAG system. One point which I would like to mention is the databases for faculties and students are completely different. So whatever the faculty is using as a resource is never available for the student to make use of. So this keeps that level of separation between faculty and student which is required. And the student RAG is quite different on the implementation level and the data retrieval level as well. So when we talk about the data retrieval level, we have different years of students in different branches. So if you mention a first year student, he would not need the complexity of the topics of a 4th year. Whereas the fourth year students might require the complex stuff of the fourth year along with the basics which we have in the first year. So the knowledge loading process is an incremental method where the first year student only gets first year data, whereas second year student gets first years and second years, and it goes on an incremental level where the fourth year gets all the data from first year to fourth year. So this enriches the knowledge base as we go ahead, and the student does not miss out anything. So yeah, the other critical part in etc. is quite similar as to what the faculty is. So if I have to ask a simple question. So this chatbot is prompted in such a way that it gives you a definition, explanation behind it, examples about it, and also a conclusion along with citations. So this helps students in the last minute situation where they have to just revise something or they have to get a simple idea of the crux of a topic. Deeper level knowledge can be included, but that defeats the purpose of, like, it actually hurts students more than supporting them, because providing deeper level information means the student will not show complete interest and they'll just come and refer this book before the exam and just go ahead, which will defeat the purpose of learning, and it will make students just modify things or memorize things and go ahead. So we have shown the crux of the knowledge and we also given the citations. So if a student wants to learn more or they have to write an in-depth answer, they'll always have to refer the book and they'll have to read it. This is for the last minute situation where the student just has to refer stuff, or as we know, like students who keep forgetting stuff just before the exam. This helps them in that situations. So yeah, this concludes it. This is like basically the features which are including into the entire application. There are a lot more to come, including plagiarism checks for the submitted assignments and also for codes. Right now, how we are dealing with the written assignments and codes are, we are asking them to upload them on Drive and handle the link. But once we can allocate some data for them, we can always apply plagiarism checks on codes and written assignments, and we can also perform similarity comparison between the question and answer. Today, someone suggested me while I was presenting in the panel. So yeah, we can do all of this to improve the overall application. And there is also parent dashboard about to come, which will reflect almost what we have in the student dashboard. But it will be a few sensitive information which we are thinking to keep it aside, just keep it aside, student dashboard. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Zahir. Now we have Team Shruti Bandhu. A brief introduction about this team. They have recently won a national level hackathon and they have secured around 1 lakh prize pool. So they are going to present an AI powered smart class and they are from 3rd year.
Before I begin, I want to share something very personal. In my family, we have a person who is deaf and mute. He communicates only through hand signs. And at home, we try our best to understand him. But even sometimes our family members fail. So we felt, for example, so at home we try our best to understand him. But even sometimes our family members fail. When he asks for something, no one can understand. He doesn't show. He just stop trying, and that's what motivated to do this project. And this limits access to the simple social interaction, education, and healthcare. According to WHO, sign language users are, which is 466 million, which is more than the European Union and United States population.
Now that we understood the problem, we wanted something which not only works in a lab but also in real life situations. So we came up with Shruti Bandhu. Shruti means the ability to hear and Bandhu means companion. It is a real-time vision-based gesture-to-speech translation device designed to make communication faster and independent. Our innovation supports two major scenarios, egocentric and exocentric. Egocentric captures the gestures from the user's first-person view, acting as a portable voice for everyday conversations. And exocentric mode captures the full body gesture and facial expression, perfect for public gatherings and conferences. The AI-powered smart glasses is embedded with an ESP32 camera module, which shares live video to a device where the translation happens. Now let us move on to the working prototype.
Good morning. Good evening. Work. Sign. Language. Thank you very much.
Social participate in meetings, conferences, and public gatherings. For this, we developed the exocentric mode. This represents the normal view, perfect for an intelligent mirror setup on a laptop placed on a desk during a meeting.
Are you free today?
Now let's look into the internal architecture of a solution. The camera embedded with the signer's glasses captures the live video. Each frame in the video is converted from BGR to RGB type, which is compatible for the media pipe to handle. It undergoes three major mathematical transformations, where empty frames were removed as part of geo removal, normalization is done to adapt to variable body types, and feature expansion is done to ensure, because sign language is not just about an individual frame, it's a temporal sequence of multiple frames. This temporal sequence is fed into an encoder, which gives a meaningful representation for a bidirectional LSTM to handle. As we are dealing with egocentric perspective, we don't have publicly available datasets. So we have curated our own dataset with 1000 plus videos, trained the bidirectional LSTM. Now, with the classifier, it will assign a probability to each class, and the class with highest probability will be given as text and voice outputs. Coming to conferences and professional settings, we'll leverage an exocentric perspective where the camera is placed in front of the signer. The media pipe holistic will capture the facial expressions, the body pose, and the hand landmarks, given to a feature extractor. In the feature extractor, we are executing a shoulder width scaling to ensure it adapts to variable body types. Then comes detailed view engine, where the extracted feature vector is compared against stored vectors. The vector which has nearest mathematical similarity will be taken and given as text and speech outputs.
Now that we have understood and saw the working prototype, let us compare Shruti Bandhu with existing solutions. There are three main existing solutions. The first one is a glove-based mechanism. Gloves are intrusive, expensive, and require training, and thus they are not useful for daily communication. The second one is interpreter-based communication. Interpreters are accurate, but they are not useful all the time, and thus creating dependency. The third one is mobile-only apps, which are confined to the exocentric view, and they are not useful for daily communication as well. Finally, I would like to conclude by saying that communication isn't just a convenience, it is a basic human right, and Shruti Bandhu bridges the gap between signers and non-signers by enabling freedom of speech and expression. Every thought deserves to be heard, and every human deserves to be heard. Thank you.
As a formal closing to an eventful day, now we will have a valedictory session. I would like to invite Dr. Pradipti KV, Associate Professor, CRO Institute, to present a brief summary of the events, discussions and key takeaways from today's conclave. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all the audience, or what is left of the audience from today. So, I would like to firstly mention that because we were overshooting and certain people wanted to leave early, so 2 of the talks were removed. But maybe on some other occasion, we'll definitely get a chance and we'll start off from where we are leaving today. I'd like to just summarize the events of the day. So this program was materialized as part of the Education Week, and we got this opportunity to collaborate with JNTUH Hyderabad, where we were mentored by some of the faculty there, like Professor Kamakshi Prasad sir and Giridhar sir, along with Registrar sir. And this schedule was made along with the Education Department, some of inputs from some of the officers there as well. So they wanted us to showcase AI, and they wanted it to be beneficial for the Polytechnic and Degree College faculty and students as well, and be an eye-opener. So when the premise was told to us, our director sir's brainchild idea was to showcase our talent pool, which are mainly our students. So we wanted to showcase our students and their important works. So certain good projects were handpicked, and you must have seen some of them. They have presented their works, and we wanted to keep that as a major showcase. And also we didn't want it to be only like some sessions, so we had two panel discussions, which were, I think, one of the key events for the day. The first one was skill development in AI, and the second one was AI in school education. And both the panels, as an audience member, when I was listening, I think what we envisaged when we developed the program, we were able to deliver, because we had different, each panel member was from a different field, and they were able to throw light on the topic and share their knowledge, and it really was very fruitful when we were listening to those sessions. We also had a very I think one of the highlights of the day was Sheshagiri Rao sir's talk, and the way he was inclusive of the audience members, and he gave many real-time examples in Telugu and all of that, so that was also one of the key highlights of the day. So these 2 panel discussions, third session, and of course the AI in healthcare session with the live demonstration also gave an overview to everyone about how in healthcare, I mean, AI is no longer something in the near future, but it is already here for all of us to work with. So yeah, with these few words, I think this conclave gave all of us an opportunity, not just all the participants or of all of us working in AI as well, to explore the various other areas. So thank you so much, sir, to JNTUH and to our director sir as well, to giving all of us this opportunity. So looking forward to meeting all of you again in another engaging discussion in the near future. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for summarizing the wealth of knowledge shared today. Now let's hear from a key attending member of this event. I would like to invite Dr. Sanita, State Nodal Officer, Community Engagement, Teaching Internship Program on AI and Digital Learning, Telangana Government Initiative, to share her feedback on the conclave.
Thank you, and respected Dr. Venkataraman, sir, Director, C.R. Rao Institute, Professor Kamakshi Prasad, sir, Director, JNTUH, and he is also a Nodal Officer from JNTUH for the Community Engagement Teaching Internship Program on AI and Digital Learning, which is a flagship program of our Telangana government. And also Dr. Yugandhar, sir, Chief Executive Business Development Officer, CR Institute. First of all, outset, I would like to congratulate the organizers for conducting today's conclave. Since morning, I was listening to the conclave, and a very big congratulations to the students. Their all presentations are very good and very informative, really. And Shruti Bandhu was very favorite to me now after listening to, because they need more care, different peoples. So how the AI is going to help them were very clearly explained by them. All the best for your future prospects. And thank you. And today's content especially covered everything. Sheshagiri sir, Dr. Sheshagiri sir has very clearly in his introduction part, he said in Telugu, but it was very good. Even our faculty have also enjoyed this session. And it is everything AI healthcare is also how in future AI is going to help in healthcare also very well explained by him. Thank you. And as a nodal officer of a very great initiative of Telangana government in higher education, I want to tell about the program. It is a brainchild of our CM Revanth Reddy. As education, he is also education minister of our state, and Yogita madam, principal secretary to education, and Sena madam, she is the commissioner of collegiate and technical education. They are working on it. The main objective of this program, which is initiated by Telangana government, is integrating school students, college students. So, in our state, there are 27,000 above government schools are there, and 149 government degree colleges and 59 polytechnic colleges were selected. Out of them, two nodal officers from each college will get selected and trained by master trainers, our JNTUH University, and sir is the nodal officer of that training program. And then the students, 5th semester students, they will be given credits in 5th semester, and those students will be trained by nodal officers. Then these students will go to the schools and teach AI to the student. So where the other state would be thinking just about how to implement AI in their school level, but our government has started the initiative and taken the program. So this is going to be a very big flagship program of our government, because since morning we are seeing that AI is everywhere. Without AI we are not talking anything today. Everybody, even I just very few days I saw one vegetable vendor is asking something to the ChatGPT and giving clarity. So I got shocked. And recently, last month, I went as a resource person for the PhD scholars to teach them for part 1 examination. And it was 2 days program. The day 1, I gave them after my class, I gave them some topics to get some review of literature on them. And I was expecting something from them. So then next day when I brought, I clearly told them that nearly 30 reviews I want ethical AI, and why I am talking this, landing to the ethical AI. So they brought, some student got, some PhD scholar 50, 55, 30, and it was a very, very new topic. I gave them 8 different researchable topics, and no studies were already, nothing will found on them. So where they got the review of literature? What is review of literature means? Something which already done on that particular study, and on that we will write something. So what happened? I asked them clearly. So how you did this? So they said, no madam, हम वहाँ से लाए, यहाँ से लाए, करके जैसा करके. నేను చెప్పాను, క్లియర్ చేశాను. ఈ టాపిక్స్ అసలు ఎక్కడ ఇంకా రీసెర్చ్ జరగలేదు, వెరీ ఎమర్జింగ్. ఉంటే మీకు ఎక్కడైనా టాక్స్ ఉంటాయి, ఎక్కడైనా పేపర్లో సంథింగ్ యూ మైట్ హ్యావ్ సీన్. బట్ దెన్ దే సెడ్ దట్ వీ హ్యావ్ kept the topic and we asked ChatGPT to give the review of literature. So what ChatGPT will do? ChatGPT will love you so much. What you want, it will do, whether it is there or not. Isn't it? So ChatGPT మీకు ఏం కావాలో ఇస్తుంది. అది illusionary one, it will take to you an illusionary world and it will create everything for you. If you say, Lord Rama has a daughter, she is very beautiful, and something if you due to the prompting to the ChatGPT, it will give us such a nice story with the picture of the Lord Rama daughter. That yes, she is there, she was married, something so big story. I tried this. Did Lord Rama has daughter? No, he has 2 sons. So AI is just a facilitator. What I want to say is, it is just a facilitator and it is a very, very, very intelligent assistant for us. How you use AI, how you give your prompting, that is very much important. How you take it from. So whatever you give, it is giving something means please recheck. Especially my advice is for researchers here. You just don't give your everything, put your words or whatever you want, you give to AI and take that and copy and paste somewhere and the research is done. No. So research is something which you need to have done. So these ethical means from school level. Now we all are using AI, but from school level, from students level and integrating the young minds. 5th semester students are young minds and they are in future generative students. So this today's conclave title is very much suitable that we are going to lead the learn the future generations. So since when this young generation with kids integration will take place, definitely the ethical usage of AI will come. So it's the major idea of government and definitely this is going to, and we are expecting that the students will get, because the main reason was now we don't get the so much human resources to train all the schools. 27,000 government schools are there and we have in our government colleges about 50,000 degree pursuing students. So to tap these resources, integration of school with this generation, there will be no much financial implications and the program will get success. This is the main idea. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. As we bring this conclave to a close, it's time to express our gratitude to everyone who made this event possible. I now would like to invite Dr. Appal Naidu, Professor, CRO AIMSCS, to propose the formal vote of thanks.
Yeah, good evening to everyone present here. I think since morning we had insightful talks, inspiring sessions, and panel discussions, and various demos at outside, right? For this for next generation education conclave, jointly conducted by CRI Institute and JNTUH Hyderabad. So, on the behalf of CRI Institute and JNTUH Hyderabad, it's my duty to extend warm welcome. It extends my heartfelt vote of thanks to all the distinguished guests, speakers, panelists, faculty members, students, and participants for making this conclave a grand success. We sincerely thank the government officials, Principal Secretary, Department of Education, and Commissioner, Department of Education, Government of Telangana, by Chancellor of JNTUH, Professor Kishan Kumar Reddy Garu, Registrar Professor K. Venkateshwara Garu, Professor Kamash Prasad Garu, Professor Girdhar Garu, for gracing the inaugural session and inspiring us for the valuable presence and engagement and wisdom. Our special thanks to all the eminent speakers and panelists, Professor Ramchandra Garu, Dr. Chitra Kamaraj Garu, Dr. Shashira Garu, Shabir Garu, Venkateshwara Garu, and Farmation Garu, and Madam Mrs. Saraja Garu, and our faculty, Dr. Amrita, Dr. Pradipti, and especially Dr. Sarada Madam, for explaining the pathways, the learning pathways for the students, particularly for the colleges and the school education, and also sharing the valuable knowledge and practical insights on AI JNTUH skill development, particularly to the school and higher education. I also would like to express our sincere gratitude to the respected director for his constant guidance, support and encouragement and the leadership in successfully driving this event from planning to the execution. We deeply appreciate that the participants, particularly the students who have demonstrated their POCs or the applications for the research projects and demonstrating the spirit and the creativity and innovation. I must thank our coordinators, Dr. Amrita, Dr. Praviti, and the organizing committee team, volunteers, and the technical team, and the supporting team for the excellent teamwork and dedication and the smooth coordination throughout the day. Finally, I must thank all the participants who are here, part of this event, actively involved and interacted with the various participants and the speakers. We hope this event becomes a platform for continuous learning, collaboration, research and innovation in the field of AI for education. Thank you once again to all of you.
There are two important announcements. One is certificates will be sent to the registered email address as a soft copy, and today full day was recorded, and with certificates they will be sent via email. With that, we officially conclude the AI for Next Gen Education Conclave. After all this, I remember a famous Tyagaraja Kriti, Endaro Mahanubhavalu Andariki Vandanamulu. On behalf of the organizing committee, thank you all for your active participation, engaging questions and enthusiasm. We wish you a wonderful day, evening ahead. Thank you. And I request you to have tea before you leave.